Chapter 292. Yushu had seen Academician's song before. This time, she gave Yu Xiaoxiu half a year's worth of silver to establish a good relationship before leaving with a gift. She didn't expect that when she got home, there would be a surprise waiting for her. From afar, Yushu could see a number of carriages and horses parked in front of Zhao Hui's house. She could vaguely see a few bodyguards riding on horseback. This made her guess that Jing Chen had come. As expected, the little maidservant Yundo, who was standing guard at the door, saw her figure. She lifted her skirt and ran towards her. Before she reached her, she was already panting excitedly, Miss, quickly go home. Young Master Jing is back, and there are also people from the Imperial Palace. They are passing on the Imperial Edict. Hearing this, Yushu was delighted. She quickened her pace and ran home with her. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw a group of people coming out from the front hall. He Fangji and Zhao Hui were all there. There were also a few eunuchs with flat crowns on their heads. Among them, there was a tall eunuch wearing a well-tailored silver dragon silk robe. His feet wore a dustless pair of green cloud boots. His waist was wrapped with a spiritual blue algae jade, and he wore a snow-white pink crown around his neck. His face was like jade, and his appearance was clear and pure. Even if he was a good young master, he was still elegant. Jing Chen. Yushu happily trotted in front of him. She looked up at the doorstep. From head to toe, Jing Chen looked brand new. It was as if he had been reborn. Really, when he dressed up like this, he looked like he had ascended to heaven. Xiaoyu, Jing Chen was also very happy to see Yushu. He walked down the steps and looked down at her left hand. He asked, "How's the injury on your hand? Does it still hurt?" Yushu generously extended her hand in front of him and shook her head. "It doesn't hurt anymore. I drink medicine every day." Then she stuck out her tongue and made a strange face at him. "It's just that the medicine is too bitter. It's annoying to drink." Speaking of medicine, Yushu felt a bitter taste in her mouth. He Fangji's medical skills were excellent. She was good at everything, but her prescriptions could make people die of bitterness. In the words of a doctor, if it wasn't bitter, how could she remember the lesson? Let's see if she still dared to fight fiercely next time. Hearing her complaints, He Fangji and Zhao Hui couldn't help but laugh. Jing Chen told her in all seriousness, "Medicine is only effective when it's bitter. I know a thing or two about medicine, so I asked Mr. He to take a look at your prescription. It's a very good prescription, so you have to keep drinking it. Also, I know of a special ointment for treating broken bones. I've already asked someone to brew it, and I'll send it to you tomorrow." Yushu nodded. At this time, the eunuch on the side lightly coughed. He smiled and moved in front of Jing Chen. He asked, "Daozi, Miss Yu has returned. Can this servant read the imperial edict first?" Jing Chen looked at the yellow scroll in his hand and remembered the important matter. He nodded and said, "You read it." So the eunuch stepped forward and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. He raised his head and said, "Dian Examiner Yushu, Dr. He Fangji, listen to the imperial edict." In addition to Jing Chen, everyone in the courtyard stood beside him. When Yushu saw that He Fangji was about to kneel with Zhao Hui, who had a big belly, she hurriedly supported her and knelt on the ground together. She didn't have the thought of kneeling. After all, even if she hadn't eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. Yushu had seen this kind of imperial edict ceremony many times in her previous life. She didn't think that she would have the opportunity to experience it personally in ancient times. For a moment, it was very fresh. She didn't really listen to what the eunuch read at the beginning. She only heard the reward at the end. "Because you saved Daozi on the way and escorted him back to the capital, I am grateful for your sincerity. I specially reward Yushu with 100 taels of gold, 100 mu of fertile land, 15 pieces of high-grade tribute satin, 10 pieces of colorful rainbow, 10 pieces of embroidered tassels, 10 pieces of green sparrow fur, 10 pieces of Nanyang cotton, 1 set of dragon horse and river painting, 5 treasures of Chilan and auspicious beasts, 1 piece of Fushan auspicious jade, 100-year-old red ginseng, and 2 cloud Ganoderma. In addition, Dr. He's traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis helped Daozi's illness. We hereby bestow upon you the title, wonderful hands and loyal heart and a golden inscribed board. I hope that you will save the world and receive the benevolence of heaven. Miss you, Dr. He, come forward to receive the imperial edict. There was a long list of rewards, including gold, silver, and treasures. Yushu's eyes lit up when she heard it. Only then did she know that the carriages outside were filled with rewards. After waiting for the imperial edict to be read out with great difficulty, she quickly kowtowed to express her gratitude. Then, she helped Zhao Hui up and bowed with Yifangji to receive the imperial edict. The inscribed board bestowed by the emperor was no different from a golden signboard. Yifangji was so excited that his face turned slightly red. When he held the imperial edict in his hands were still trembling slightly and his heart was thumping non-stop. Zhao Hui was so happy for him that the corners of her eyes turned red. On the other hand, Yushu was thick-skinned. After touching the imperial edict, she grinned and went to thank the eunuch. She asked for his surname and searched her body, wanting to take out some money to bribe him. However, she had just paid Yu Xiaoxiu's tuition fee in the morning, so she only had a few pieces of silver in her sleeves. The eunuch surnamed Qin was a very shrewd person. He understood Yushu's intentions and smiled as he gently pushed her away. He said, "Miss Yu, there's no need to be so polite. It's already a blessing for this old servant to be able to stand by Daozi's side for a while. This old servant has only been out for a long time, so I'll go back to reply to the imperial edict." Yushu said embarrassedly, "Thank you for your trouble, eunuch. I'll see you out." Yesterday, Yushu had just seen Shui Rui, so he had expected that someone from the palace would come over to bestow rewards. He had given her a few important points in advance. The first thing was to be polite to the eunuchs from the palace. Although these eunuchs didn't have high ranks, once they came out of the palace, they represented their masters, so she couldn't neglect them. Jing Chen saw that Yushu and Yifangji were seeing Eunuch Chen out, so he also followed. Eunuch Chen turned his head to see them and stopped in front of the door. He swept his horsetail whisk and said with a smile, "Miss, please wait a moment. In a moment, I'll have them bring the rewards in. You can put them in your place, Daozi. This old servant will take his leave. Remember to return to the palace in the evening. Don't make the emperor wait anxiously." And Jing Chen grunted. Yushu watched as the eunuch mounted a short-legged horse and staggered away with his entourage. Only then did she turn her head to ask Jing Chen, "You still want to return to the palace tonight?" Jing Chen said, "His Majesty ordered people to clean up the Princess Fu. Only when everything is ready will I be allowed to move in. I'll be staying in the palace for the next few days." Yushu's expression turned strange. She saw that Yifangji and Zhao Hui were all focused on the imperial bestowment plaque that had just been brought in. She pulled him to the side and asked in a low voice, "What about your key to Xing? Doesn't His Majesty know?" Jing Chen's face broke into a smile. Lowering his head, he put his hand into his lapel and took out a brocade pouch the size of his palm and handed it to her. "What is this?" Yushu curiously took it and looked at the brocade pouch in bewilderment. She saw that the top of the pouch was embroidered with multicolored thread with a coiling dragon piercing through the clouds. It was unbelievably exquisite. She pinched it and found that there was something soft inside. She was about to open it to see what was inside when she heard Jing Chen say in a low voice, 300 years ago when Dan was founded, and Wuxing Di was worshipping on Mount Tai. When Empress Ningzhen was offering sacrifices to the heavens, she wrote an elegiac oration. It has always been placed in the imperial mausoleum in the eastern suburbs. It has been drawing the energy of the 5 dragons for 100 years and is auspicious to the 4 directions. Hearing this, Yushu sucked in a cold breath. Her hand trembled and she almost dropped this priceless treasure to the ground. She thought, oh my, and quickly held the brocade pouch. She did not dare to open it and handed it over to him like it was scalding her hand. She gave him a light stare and said, quickly put it away. If I break it, you won't be able to compensate me. She asked again, what is the use of this? Is it the same as the adversity blocking stone? Jing Chen took the dragon cloud brocade pouch and put it back into his robe. He shook his head and said, it's not the same. With it, I can suppress the Kata star in my body from acting up. As long as this thing doesn't leave my body, it won't affect the people around me. Yushu opened her mouth wide and grabbed his sleeve. Are you serious? Seeing that Jing Chen nodded, Yushu was so happy that she almost jumped up. She asked him again, then in the future, you won't have to avoid people anymore, and you can interact with people normally? Jing Chen nodded again. The smile on his face clearly showed that he was relaxed. When he received the funeral oration and heard about its function, he was also very surprised. The first thing he thought of was to tell her so that she could share this happiness with him. Yushu excitedly scratched her ears. Her mind couldn't help but become active. She wanted to say something but stopped. Then, now that you have this, you still can't. What I want to say is, now that you have this, you still can't rashly move your Dao heart. Understanding what she meant, Jing Chen's smile faded. He shook his head gently and looked at her apologetically. This longevity funeral oration can only suppress the Kata star's outbreak. It can't suppress my Dao heart. If my Dao heart is moved, there will be love and hate. It will still cause trouble everywhere. It can't be avoided. Oh. Yushu's ears drooped in disappointment. She was happy for nothing. She thought that she could continue her fate with this fool. Thinking about it, if the Kata star could be so easily removed, why would Jing Chen need to hide in the mountains for 18 years? It seemed that this funeral oration could only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Xiaoyu. Yushu raised her head and saw the worry on Jing Chen's face. She smiled at him and changed the topic. She said, this is good. You don't have to worry about implicating others anymore. You also don't have to hide all day. I also don't have to worry about you anymore. I'm afraid that I'll have bad luck when I'm with you. Hee hee. She didn't mean it, but Jing Chen felt guilty when he heard it. He remembered that when he lost his memory, he unintentionally brought her a series of disasters. He felt very guilty and respected her even more. He was grateful for the care she gave him during that period of time. Yushu still wanted to ask Jing Chen about the matter of his broken life, but she heard Xiao Hui calling her. She turned her head and saw that chests were being carried into the courtyard. She suppressed her questions and responded to her. She said to Jing Chen, let's go and see what His Majesty is rewarding us with. The reward this time could not be said to be not generous. Just the dozens of rolls of finely woven cloth would be worth more than 1,000 taels of money. There were also several treasures, such as the 100-year-old ginseng and lingji, which made He Fengji click her tongue in admiration. But among them, the thing that made Yushu smile the most was the round gold yuan bao. The more Yushu looked at it, the more she liked it. She couldn't help but say to Jing Chen, this time I'm rich. Thanks to your good fortune, ah. There was a saying that the poor used copper, the rich used silver, and no one used gold. This saying meant that gold was too expensive and not many people could afford it. It was true. After Yushu entered the capital, she had seen a lot of money, but this was the first time she had seen a pile of gold. Her eyes were filled with dazzling gold. Just looking at it made her, a miser, blush and her heart beat faster. Chapter 293. There were a total of 6 chests and cages bestowed by the emperor. Other than a gold-lettered signboard, the rest were given to Yushu. Because the items were valuable, it was not easy for Zhao Hui to make a decision. After asking Yushu, she had people first carry these chests and cages to an empty room in the rear courtyard to be tidied up later. He Fangji and Zhao Hui originally wanted to ask Jing Chen to come down to eat, but the kitchen did not have any good dishes to serve. Although they were not unfamiliar with each other, Jing Chen's status was different from the past. The husband and wife were more reserved and did not dare to be negligent. They called Yushu, who was sitting in the living room and talking with Jing Chen, to the back to ask how they should prepare. Yushu's heart ached for Zhao Hui's protruding belly. She did not want her to work too hard, so she said, "Mother, you should go back to your room and rest. Let Godfather take a look at your pulse. I am taking Jing Chen out to eat. He is not an outsider, there is no need to treat him as an outsider." Zhao Hui's belly was getting bigger and bigger. If she continued to toss and turn like this, her body would not be able to endure it. Hearing what was said, she hesitated for a moment and then complied. She and He Fangji went to the living room and excused themselves to Jing Chen before returning to the rear courtyard to rest. Yushu took Jing Chen out of the door and sat in the carriage that the palace had specially prepared for Jing Chen. They did not go anywhere else and directly went to Wang Jilu. The interior of the carriage was decorated very comfortably. There was a leather seat, soft mattress, a small red sandalwood tea table, and a horse lantern hanging from the ceiling. The 2 walls were cleverly chiseled round windows, allowing a thin layer of light from outside the carriage to enter. It was both shaded and bright. Yushu lifted the curtain and looked at the armed bodyguards riding on horseback beside the carriage. She turned her head to ask Jing Chen, "Were these 2 people also arranged by His Majesty for you?" Jing Chen said, "He said it's for my safety." Yushu burst into laughter. Only Jing Chen would believe this kind of words. From her point of view, these 2 imperial bodyguards were clearly following him. It seemed that what she said yesterday was not false. The emperor really did value Jing Chen, this nephew who had returned to court after being separated for many years. Not only did the emperor give him face, he rewarded him with a lot of things and allowed him, a grown man, to live in the palace. Furthermore, there were people following him everywhere, as if he was afraid that he would get lost. "Where are we going now?" Jing Chen asked as he looked at the unfamiliar street outside the carriage. A few days ago, he had been picked up by the palace to meet the emperor and stayed in the palace for a few days. This was the first time he had left the palace. Yushu said, "There's a restaurant in the north of the city. It's opened by Brother Shui. A while ago, he invited me to help out as a manager. The food there is delicious, and it's a quiet place. It's just right for us to talk." Because there were eyes and ears on both sides, Yushu did not mention the topic of Jing Chen's K2 star and the fate breaker in this carriage. Yushu pointed the way and let the coachman leave from the back door of Wang Jilu. Yushu knocked a few times on the door of the backyard. Xiao Dai, who was passing by with a plate, opened the door. "Miss." Not seeing Yushu's shadow for a few days, the little lass was very surprised. She quickly invited her in and ran ahead to inform Lin Fu. Yushu led Jing Chen upstairs. The 2 imperial bodyguards followed closely. Yushu did not say anything when she saw them. When they arrived at the door of her room, she first opened the door to let Jing Chen in. She stood at the door and waited for a moment. Then she saw Lin Fu lifting his robe and running upstairs. "Miss, you're here. Have you had lunch?" Lin Fu put on a smile. Seeing the imperial bodyguard standing in front of the door and an unfamiliar young man in the tea room, although he was curious, he did not ask too much. Yushu pointed at the 2 imperial bodyguards and said to Lin Fu, "Old Lin, bring these 2 big brothers to the front for tea and rice. Treat them well." Also, make a few light dishes and send them upstairs. No wine. Put it all on my bill. Yes, I will go prepare now. The two of you, please come downstairs. Lin Fu gestured for them to go. The two imperial bodyguards were reluctant to leave at first. It was only after Jing Chen spoke that they followed Lin Fu. After sending them away, Yu Shu closed the door and sat at the table. She faced Jing Chen and talked. Let's talk about serious matters. You have also seen the Major. Have you inquired about the whereabouts of the Fatebreaker? Yu Shu said. Jing Chen shook his head and said, the Major told me that the time is not right. He told me not to be impatient. Yu Shu was puzzled. What do you mean by the time is not right? Isn't he just looking for one person? Does he not know where that person is? Jing Chen still shook his head. He said that when the time is right, the Fatebreaker will appear. There is no need to go through the trouble of looking for Yu Shu. Yu Shu frowned. Then when will the time be right? Jing Chen still shook his head. I also do not know. Yu Shu said gloomily, isn't this the same as not asking? When you went down the mountain, what did your master tell you? He told you to come to the capital to find the Major. Did he have any other instructions? From her point of view, the 10,000 life funeral oration on Jing Chen's body was something that treated the symptoms but not the root cause. To completely break Jing Chen's innate cursed fate without any worries, they still had to find the so-called fate breaker. Daoist Qingjing once told her that if the fate breaker was not found, not only would the person who changed his fate be in danger, but the fate breaker himself would also die. After being asked by Yu Shu, Jing Chen thought for a moment. After thinking for a while, he really remembered something. Master also told me to be careful of women. Cough, cough. Yu Shu choked on her saliva. She looked at Jing Chen with a strange expression. She wanted to say something but could not say it. Be careful of women. This was a wide range. She was a woman, so did that mean that Jing Chen also had to be careful of her? Yu Shu only took this sentence as a joke and did not look into it. Seeing that she could not get anything useful out of him, she could not help him in any way, so she could only put aside her worries for the time being. Not long after, Lin Fu asked Xiao Dai and Xiao Qin to send food in. He then greeted outside the door and brought a few letters to Yu Shu. When Yu Shu saw the 4 words, for Ashu, on the envelope, she could guess who had sent the letters. She put down her chopsticks and motioned for Jing Chen to continue eating. She opened the letters and read them one by one. There were a total of 4 letters. Counting the days, Xia Mingming and Ji Xingxuan came to make trouble on the 15th night. In the past few days, Xia Mingming had written almost 1 letter a day. The first letter was nothing special. It was nothing more than a reminiscence. He told Yu Shu that she was grounded by her father and could not leave the house. He explained why he did not look for Yu Shu and apologized for causing trouble at the restaurant during the Lantern Festival. He did not mention a single word about Ji Xingxuan. This letter was sent on the 16th day. The second letter was much shorter. It was an appointment for Yu Shu to meet on the morning of the 20th of this month at Wang Jilu. This letter was sent on the 17th day. The third letter was interesting. It mentioned that the Ji family was in trouble and the news that Daozi had returned to the imperial court. Xia Mingming didn't know where she heard that Yu Shu was living in the Ji family and was very worried about her situation. After reading the first 3 letters, Yu Shu's mood had to be said to be good. At least she could see that this girl Xia Mingming was not an ungrateful thing. Until now, she still remembered her kindness. When she heard that the Ji family was in trouble, she hurriedly wrote a letter to ask about her safety. Putting these 3 letters aside, Yu Shu opened the 4th letter. This time, she suddenly frowned. Ashu, the emperor wants to appoint me to the 9th prince as a concubine. I don't need to return to Jiangnan anymore. It was a plain sentence. It was impossible to see the mood of the writer at the time. But when Yu Shu stared at these two lines for a long time, she could smell a sour taste. What kind of person Xia Mingming was, Yu Shu, who had eaten, lived and gone through trials and tribulations with her, was very clear. She was a willful but naive little girl, smart but simple-minded, stubborn and affectionate. If this kind of girl married into the imperial family, what awaited her was definitely not happiness or beauty. Compared to the Xia Jiang family's rule that the children of the Xia family had to enter the mountains to seek the Tao, the road of marrying into the imperial family was filled with thorns. What's more, this arranged marriage was clearly not a whim of the emperor. Yu Shu recalled that after Xia Jiangying's death, the Xia Jiang family stayed in the capital for several months and did not return. And the ninth prince had just recently returned to court. This was clearly an arranged marriage. Speaking of the ninth prince, Yu Shu suddenly remembered that on the day of the Lantern Festival at Wangji Lu, there was a fair-faced girl sitting next to Lu Tan. With her experience, she could see that Lu Tan was clearly interested in that girl. At his age, he was in between a young man and a young man. His feelings were still pure. Once his heart belonged to someone, there was no room for others in his eyes. If Xia Mingming interfered at this time, even if it was against her will, Lu Tan would still feel disgust towards her. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Who wrote the letter? Jing Chen asked when he saw that Yu Shu, who was smiling just now, frowned and had a worried expression. It was Mingming. Yu Shu folded the letter and stuffed it back. She put the few letters together into her sleeve. She looked up at Jing Chen and remembered that he and the ninth prince were from the same sect. The two seemed to be very familiar with each other. She asked, Jing Chen, how is your relationship with the ninth prince? Are you talking about martial nephew Zhongyun? Jing Chen recalled, he entered the mountains at the age of 7. It was me and third Shixiang who received him. Because of the Katy Star's attack, I spent half of every month in the back mountain to cultivate. I did not often work and rest with the disciples of the same sect. Third Shixiang was responsible for bringing me meals. Sometimes, he would bring Zhongyun with him. Thinking about it, I have known him for 9 years. I only found out a few years ago that he is also a member of the imperial family and is my cousin. After listening, Yu Shu smiled and said, in that case, you and big brother Shui are relatives. Jing Chen thought about it and agreed. His birth mother was the younger sister of the current emperor, and the emperor was his uncle. Shui Rui was the nephew of the imperial concubine, and the emperor was his uncle. Lu Tan was weak and had to call them cousins. Yu Shu heard that Jing Chen and Lu Tan had a good relationship. She was about to ask Lu Tan in detail when she heard someone outside the door reporting, Miss, young master is here with His Highness Ninth. Please bring the guest in the room to sit in the Kshuwei room. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. She had just thought of these two people, and they came. Got it. I will go over now. Yu Shu responded outside the door. She stood up and smiled at Jing Chen. Let's go and meet your relatives. And the two went out the door. The Yahuan in front led the way to the innermost room on the second floor. She knocked lightly on the door. When she heard a response from inside, she pushed the door open. Yu Shu walked in first. She walked around the glass screen in front of the door. With a glance, she saw 3 people sitting at the round embroidered table. Shui Rui, Lu Tan, and the unidentified female that she had seen at the Lantern Festival last time. Because of her previous thoughts, Yu Shu couldn't help but stare at the other girl a few more times. She didn't think that when the others saw her, she would suddenly stand up. A pleasantly surprised smile bloomed on her plain and white face. She walked around the table and quickly walked towards her. She jumped into the arms of Jing Chen, who had just walked in from behind her. Chapter 294. Seventh senior brother. Jing Chen caught the young girl who had pounced on his chest and took a step back to steady himself. He looked down and said in surprise, Shui Yun. The young girl in his arms raised her head, her fair face full of joy. The corners of her moist eyes were a little red, and her soft voice had a little grievance as she called out, Senior brother, I missed you so much. Yu Shu stood beside the two of them. Her gaze moved from the unknown young girl's arm around Jing Chen's waist to Jing Chen's hand on her shoulder, and then the two of them looking at each other. She gently raised her eyebrows and had a guess about the young girl's identity. She coughed and cleared her throat, breaking the atmosphere of reunion without hesitation. Jing Chen, who is this young girl? Hearing this, the young girl seemed to realize that there was someone else in the room. She hurriedly let go of Jing Chen, pushed his chest and took a step back. She lowered her head and wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. This is my junior sister, Shui Yun. Jing Chen answered Yu Shu, then turned to look at the young girl in front of him. He frowned slightly and asked her, Why did you come down the mountain? Do Uncle Master and Master know? Shui Yun hurriedly nodded and said, They know. Father allowed me to come down the mountain to find you. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chong. Jing Chen looked at Lu Tan who was sitting by the table. Lu Tan testified, It was Jinren Huaiyun who asked me to bring little Shirgu down the mountain. Jing Chen was puzzled, Then why didn't I hear you mention it when I was living in the palace these days? Lu Tan looked at Shui Yun who was winking at him and said with a wry smile, It was little Shirgu who didn't allow me to talk about it. Chong Yun. Shui Yun scolded him. Seeing Jing Chen's confused gaze, she lowered her head and said embarrassedly, Senior brother, you finally got to see your family. I think you must have many things to ask the emperor. I don't want you to be distracted, so I told Zhong Yun to hide it from you. As she said this, she raised her head and looked at him who was unharmed. Her eyes reddened. I heard from Chong Yun that you encountered bad people on the road and lost your memory. Thank goodness you are safe and sound. Jing Chen's expression softened. He raised his hand and gently placed it on the top of her head. He said gently, I've made you worry again. Shui Yun bit her lips and slowly raised her hand to grab the corner of his sleeve. Yu Shu quietly watched this pair of brothers and sisters interact as if there was no one else around. Her eyes flashed, but this time she didn't say anything to disturb them. Instead, she turned around and walked to the table. She bowed to Lu Tan and greeted, Ninth Highness, I apologize for my lack of manners just now. Lu Tan waved his hand and said, It's nothing. Miss Lianfang, please sit. Thank you, Your Highness. As soon as Yu Shu sat down, a cup of tea was handed to her hand. The tea was glistening and still had water vapor rising from it. This is the flower tea freshly picked this month. It's sweet and not bitter. She tilted her head to look at Shui Rui. She picked up the cup of tea and sniffed it. As expected, it had a light fragrance. It wasn't the bitter tea she wasn't used to drinking. Thank you. She took a small sip. The taste wasn't bad. Shui Rui looked at Jing Chen and Shui Yun who were standing next to the screen and talking in low voices. He withdrew his gaze and said to Yu Shu, It seems that His Majesty's Imperial Edict has arrived. How is it? Are you satisfied with the reward? Yu Shu smiled and said, I can't hide anything from you. Thinking of the box of gold ingots, her mood improved for some reason. Lu Tan, who was sitting to the side, said, Of course I can't hide it from him. This is the... He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Yu Shu curiously asked, What is it? Someone stepped on his foot under the table. Lu Tan had no choice but to change his words, This is what you deserve. Without waiting for Yu Shu to think about his incoherent words, Shui Rui opened his mouth and asked her, Have you eaten? I ordered some food and wine. Do you want to eat some more? Yu Shu nodded. Just now, she was in her room reading Xia Mingming's letter and didn't eat much. She couldn't help but turn her head to look in Jing Chen's direction. After thinking for a bit, she asked Lu Tan, "May I ask your highness, does your sect also have female disciples?" She had always thought that Daoist priests were all male, but Jing Chen clearly said that Shui Yun was his junior sister. Obviously, they were from the same sect. This was strange. Hearing this, Shui Rui and Lu Tan both laughed. The latter explained to her, "Of course there are. Taoism and Buddhism are different. Both men and women can cultivate and pursue the Great Way. Taoists pay attention to letting nature take its course and nothing can be forced. Therefore, many Taoist sects allow their disciples to get married and have children. Unlike Buddhism, who insist on the purity of the six senses and cut off the mortal world. So that's how it is. I've learned a lot." Yushu cupped her hands towards Lu Tan. At this time, the pair of brother and sister also finished speaking. When Yushu looked up, she saw Shui Yun walking over and stopping in front of her. She lowered her head and clasped her hands together, bowed to her, and said gratefully, "Miss Yu, thank you for saving my 7th senior brother and protecting him all the way. Shui Yun can't thank you enough. In the future, I will definitely repay your great kindness." Yushu looked at her and then looked at Jing Chen, who was standing behind her. Seeing that his expression was normal after listening to her thanks, she smiled faintly and stood up. She raised her hand to support her junior sister and said, "There's no need to do this. Jing Chen also saved my life. If you want to talk about repayment, he has already done so." Shui Yun straightened up and looked at Yushu. A smile suddenly appeared on her tranquil face. "Senior brother is right. You really are a good person." Yushu was speechless. She thought that this pair of brother and sister were indeed from the same sect. They both didn't know how to read the situation. How did she look like a good person? Was it written on her forehead or was it written on her face? "Alright, if you have anything to say, sit down and talk. It just so happens that we met here today, and there's nothing else to do. Take your time and talk." Shui Rui raised his hand and motioned for them to sit down and talk. Shui Yun sat down next to Yushu and patted her other side, indicating for Jing Chen to sit down. She reached out for the teapot and teacup, poured water for him, and watched him drink the tea with a smile. When he finished drinking, she spoke to him, "Senior brother, have you eaten?" "I have. The food here is better than the food on the mountain, right?" "Yes." "Is it as good as the food I make?" Hee, senior brother, you're still the same, pretending to be mute when you can't answer." Yushu sat next to them, listening to their questions and answers. Suddenly, she felt a little unhappy. This feeling was like she had spent a lot of effort to solve a difficult problem. Only after a long time did she realize that this problem had been solved by someone a long time ago. She was not the first person to discover this problem, nor was she the first person to try to solve it. She shook her head, dispelling this ridiculous thought. She raised her cup to drink tea, but found that the cup was empty. Just as she was about to take the teapot, she heard someone beside her say in a low voice, "If you want to eat later, don't drink too much tea. Otherwise, you'll have a stomachache during dinner." Although Shui Rui was talking to Lu Tan, he did not forget to pay attention to Yushu's movements. Seeing that she drank 3 or 4 cups of water and still wanted to pour, he stopped her. "Oh." Yushu withdrew her hand and leaned to the side. She might as well listen to Shui Rui and Lu Tan's conversation. With this distraction, she no longer cared about what the two of them were talking about. This year's Double Yang gathering will definitely be very lively. Not only will the southern head Xia Jiang clan be in the capital, I just heard the day before yesterday that the 6th young master of the Wenshan clan is also participating in the Diyan examination. I wonder if they will come and cause trouble. Cousin, don't worry. With the Axean clan's great exchange shop and my Xiao Shigu, even if I don't win this time's double yang gathering, I won't make a fool of myself. Yu Shu heard them mention the double yang gathering a few times. Curious, she interrupted, Big brother, what is the double yang gathering? Shui Rui and Lu Tan looked at each other, then turned to her and explained, every year that there is a Diyan examination, starting from the Dragon Festival on the second day of the second month, there will be a grand gathering in the city of Enling. It will last for 49 days. It is organized by the Imperial Court, and all the major exchange shops in the capital will participate. Merchants from all clans will gather there to compete. Whoever can come out on top will be bestowed with the golden plaque of the world's best shop by the Emperor. It is a glorious event. It is called the Double Yang Gathering. Yu Shu looked at Lu Tan and asked in confusion, then why did His Highness say earlier? Are you going as well? Lu Tan faintly smiled, but didn't answer her. At this time, a servant knocked on the door and brought the dishes and wine. The topic stopped there. Yu Shu could see that he didn't want to talk to her more, so she tactfully didn't ask again. It was just that in this moment of silence, she heard the voice on the other side. Senior Marshal brother, try this. I ate it the last time I was here. It's not greasy at all. And this, it should suit your taste. Senior Marshal brother, let me help you fill the soup. Jing Chen looked at the small mountain of plates and bowls in front of him. His chopstick stopped in mid-air and he didn't know where to start. He had eaten lunch with Yu Shu before, so he was already full. In fact, he didn't have an appetite now. He didn't want to force himself to eat, but he also didn't want to brush off her good intentions. Yu Shu glanced at Jing Chen's embarrassed look and secretly laughed. Serves you right. She rolled her eyes and reached out to pick up a big and fat chicken leg. She passed Shui Yun and steadily piled it on top of Jing Chen's bowl. When he looked at her, she smiled sweetly at him. Here you are. Don't you like eating chicken legs the most? Eat more. Hearing this, Shui Yun was very puzzled. Senior Marshal brother, when did you like eating chicken legs? If she remembered correctly, her seventh senior marshal brother rarely ate meat all year round, let alone chicken drumsticks. Jing Chen looked at the chicken drumstick on the bowl and thought of something. There was a smile in his eyes. He moved his chopsticks and picked it up. He put it into his mouth. Yu Shu bowed her head and smiled. The dissatisfaction in her heart disappeared. She didn't know that her every move was seen by another man, and she couldn't ignore it. Shui Rui shook the wine cup in his hand, and a figure was reflected in his eyes. He only felt that this fragrant and smooth Jinquan wine was a little astringent today. After drinking a cup, there was a bitter taste in his mouth. However, he liked this taste, so he could only drink one cup after another. When he was a little drunk, he suddenly thought of a sentence to describe himself. It was nothing more than asking for trouble. The meal lasted until the afternoon. Jing Chen was going back to the palace, and Lu Tan happened to be going with him. Shui Yun was temporarily staying in Lu Tan's guest house, so they had to send her back first. Yu Shu didn't want to join in the fun, so she didn't go with them. Instead, she and Shui Rui sent the three of them to the back door. Watching the two carriages leave one after another, Yu Shu turned around and said to Shui Rui, Big brother, I'm going upstairs to check the accounts of these days. What about you? Do you want to go somewhere else? Shui Rui touched his forehead with one hand and shook his head lazily. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Call me when you're done checking the accounts. Yu Shu saw that he was indeed drunk. She thought that he must be tired after handling cases for days, so she quickly waved her hand and said, Then you go and rest quickly. I'll ask the kitchen to make you a hangover soup and send it to you later. Chapter 295. Yu Shu returned to the room and asked Lin Fu to send over the account books for the past few days. Xiao Dai was at the side making tea and grinding ink. Yu Shu hastily calculated the income and expenditure of each item. Looking at the numbers on the paper, even though she was mentally prepared, she could not help but be surprised. It had only been 4 days since the opening of the restaurant on the 15th day of the first month. Every day, they would start cooking in the middle of the night. It was easy to sell 300 to 400 dishes. Including the cashier in the private room and various kinds of drinks, they could make 1,000 or 800 yuan a day. After deducting the costs and taxes, if this continued, the monthly profit of Wang Jilu would be more than 10,000 yuan, and this was still a conservative estimate. In fact, this was not strange. The reason why the wine and dishes of Wang Jilu could be 3 times higher than ordinary restaurants had its own reasons. Yu Shu looked at the purchase list and personally went to the kitchen. The ingredients used in the building, ranging from deer, roe deer, and bear meat, to small scallions and garlic, were all of the best quality. Not only were the dishes delicious, but they also had the effect of nourishing. There were also treasures of heaven and earth. It was said that eating it could bring good luck and prolong one's life. It was said that eating such treasures could bring good luck and prolong one's life, so people flocked to it like ducks. For example, treasures such as the albino monkey head, the Dai Yen blood swallow, and the South Sea yellow-lipped dragon could not be found outside, but they could all be eaten in Wang Jilu. Looking at the account books, Yu Shu could not help but sigh, such a big business, it must be hard for Shui Rui to support it. She remembered that before she opened for business, she had asked Shui Rui what he would do if he made a loss with such a large investment. At that time, he told her that he would only make a profit when doing business. Even now, she could still remember his confident tone. Now, it seemed that he wasn't being arrogant. "Miss, the hangover soup is ready. Do you want to drink it?" Xiao Qing came in with a plate. "I didn't drink, so I don't need this. Let's go and bring it to your young master." He drank more than 2 pots of Jin Quan at noon. Yu Shu put away the account book, put it under her armpit, and led Xiao Qing downstairs to bring the hangover soup to Shui Rui. She also greeted him and handed over the account book before going home. When they arrived downstairs, the door of the elegant room that Shui Rui was resting in was closed. Yu Shu knocked on the door, but she did not hear any response from inside. She stretched out her hand and pushed the door open with a squeak. She glanced inside and saw that there was no one in the living room. At this moment, the waiter, Gue Lu, stuck his head out from the opposite building. When he saw little Qing's figure downstairs, he whispered, "Little Qing, come up here. There's a female customer here who spilled wine. Bring her to change." Xiao Qing looked at the hangover soup in her hands and wanted to say that she was busy. But when she turned around, Gue Lu had already retracted his head. Yu Shu saw this and said, "Bring it over. I'll bring it in. You go and entertain the guests." Xiao Qing hurriedly thanked her, picked up her dress, and trotted up the opposite stairs. "Big brother. Are you inside?" Yu Shu reached out and knocked on the door again. There was still no response from inside. She was puzzled and walked in with the hangover soup. The decoration of this elegant room was similar to the one upstairs. There was a tea room after entering the door. On the north side, there was a red sandalwood soft couch with drooping flowers. On the left and right side, there were stained glass screens with yellow pear wood bases, blocking 2 Polonia doors. On the east side was the bedroom, and on the west side was the study. There was a tortoise lantern at the door. The door of the study room was open. Yu Shu looked inside to make sure there was no one inside, then she turned around and walked to the bedroom. She walked around the screen shelf in front of the door and looked up to see what was inside. Under the window on the north side, there was a big rose chair made of ivory. A slender figure was lying on the back. The corner of the robe was turned up, revealing loose white socks. A pair of boots was slanted on the carpet. There was no incense in the room, and there was a faint smell of wine. It turned out that he was asleep. No wonder he didn't respond to her just now, Yushu thought. She looked at the hangover soup in her hand and was about to go in to wake him up. Just as she stepped into the door, she suddenly felt that it was inappropriate for her to barge into his bedroom like this. She thought it was better to go out and call a waiter to serve him. She couldn't let him sleep like this, or he would catch a cold. Water. As soon as Yushu stepped out, she heard the person on the couch murmured in a low voice, followed by 2 light coughs. She hesitated for a moment, but she was still worried. She pushed the door and walked to the side of the big chair. She put the hangover soup on the tea table and poured a cup of tea. She patted Shui Rui's shoulder with one hand and said, "Big brother, drink some water." Shui Rui's body moved, but he didn't turn around. The smell of wine around him proved that he had drunk too much. Seeing that she couldn't wake him up, Yushu bent down and shook his arm. "Big brother, big." She didn't expect that after she shouted twice, her wrist would be caught. The person on the chair suddenly moved. He grabbed her wrist with one hand, turned around, and wrapped his arm around her waist. He forcefully pulled her to his chest, and then quickly turned around. In the blink of an eye, he pressed her down on the chair. Plop! The cup fell from her hand, and the tea, along with it, fell onto the yellow carpet. In an instant, the world turned upside down, and the back of Yushu's head hit the soft cushion. She was so shocked that she took a deep breath. The mellow smell of wine made her eyes widen. In her dim vision, there was a sharp face. Under the ink-like eyebrows, a pair of black eyes were half hidden under the eyelashes. They were like 2 thick glass windows, and there were 2 figures hidden in them. It was her panicked face. She didn't know why, but Yushu felt that Shui Rui was dangerous and strange at this time, so she didn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, her hands and feet were pressed down by him, so she couldn't move even if she wanted to. She could only stiffen her neck, shrink back, and ask in a low voice, "Big brother." That pair of eyes gently closed, and a low and hoarse voice slowly came into her ears, "Who is your big brother?" Hearing this, Yushu wanted to cry but had no tears. She thought that it was over. He was drunk, and he didn't even recognize her. It's you, big brother Shui. You're drunk. Get up." Even though half of Shui Rui's weight was placed behind her waist, Yushu still felt a little suffocated being hugged by such a big man. In just a moment, she felt suffocated to the point that her ears started to heat up. She tried to move her hands and feet, wanting to find a gap to break free from him. Unexpectedly, the moment she moved, the arm behind her waist suddenly tightened. She stared at him with widened eyes, and her lips that were inches away from his gently opened and closed. "No. Don't what?" Yushu was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that he was answering her words just now, which meant that he didn't want to get up. Yushu was angry. This person was usually reasonable, but how did he become stupid when he was drunk? Looking at the handsome face that was less than half a foot away from her, Yushu suddenly put on a serious face. "Get up." Shui Rui's eyes stared at her changing expression, and he lazily said, "No." Yushu narrowed her eyes, and she lost her patience. No matter how good their relationship was, if he continued to press down on her like this, she would fall out with him. She couldn't move her hands and feet, but she still had her head, and knocking out 2 of his teeth was nothing. "You've thought it through, you really don't want to get up." As soon as the voice fell, Yushu only felt her vision darkened, and a warm and soft thing fell on her forehead. It was like a ball of cotton dipped in water, and it gently touched the center of her eyebrows with a faint trace of cautiousness. This inexplicable gentleness seemed to have some kind of curse, and it made her unconsciously hold her breath. She tightly closed her eyes, and her mind was a mess. "Don't." Shui Rui whispered in her eyebrows, and his thumb that was holding her wrist moved down half an inch, and he slightly raised his head, looking at her face that was shrouded in his shadow. The faint fragrance of flower tea lingered on the tip of his nose, dispersing the bitterness in his heart and teasing him. Once again, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. The soft touch made him open his mouth uncontrollably, and he sucked on her slightly thick lower lip. His breathing quickened, and his arms around her waist tightened again. Yushu suddenly opened her eyes, as if she had just woken up from a dream. Her face instantly turned red, and she turned her head with all her might to escape his kiss. She kicked her legs, clenched her teeth, and struggled with all her might, not caring if she would hurt herself or not. After struggling for a while, the grip on her wrist loosened. Yushu seized the opportunity to pull her hand out and pushed Shuirui's shoulder. She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she actually flipped him over. As soon as she was free, she quickly crawled out from under his body and tumbled down the recliner before breaking into a run and ran out of the bedroom that was suffused with the fragrance of wine. Shuirui supported himself with one hand on the bed, and slowly sat up. He bent one knee, and one long leg fell to the ground. He raised his head, and looked at the swaying door not far away. His eyes were in a daze for a moment, and he finally recovered from the intimacy just now. He lowered his head, and covered half his face with one hand, and let out a low, annoyed groan from his throat. The hand on his knee clenched into a fist, and heavily hit his knee. Slowly, he raised it again, and gently touched his burning lips. After a moment, he let out a soft laugh. She didn't think that he would have such a despicable time. He pretended to be drunk to get closer to her, but who would have thought that he would accidentally go overboard? With her temper, she must be so angry right now that she couldn't wait to give him a few punches. Forget it, if she wants to hit him, then let her hit him. After all, he was the one who took advantage of her. Unfortunately, he still had to continue to act dumb, and couldn't admit it confidently. Shuirui used one hand as a pillow behind his head, and lay back down. He closed his eyes again, and a faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. In his heart, he thought, this is enough. This sweet taste is enough for me to ignore all the pain and continue to endure. Shuirui's thoughts weren't wrong at all. Right now, Yushu really wanted to beat him up. Running out of the bedroom, Yushu suddenly stopped at the door, and came back to her senses. That's not right, why did she run? She was the one who suffered, why was she feeling guilty? Yushu raised her hand to wipe her mouth indignantly, and then spat on the ground. She bit her lower lip, and seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned red. She stood there for a moment, then put her hands on her waist, and turned to walk back. When she reached the bedroom door, she kicked it open, and stared fiercely at the figure lying on the recliner. She strode forward and looked down. This fellow actually had his eyes closed, and he was sleeping comfortably. That quiet face didn't show the slightest emotion, as if everything that had just happened was all in her imagination. Yushu gritted her teeth. So what if he was drunk? So when he was drunk, he could casually bite people's mouths. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She looked around, and her eyes fell on the cold hangover soup on the coffee table. She laughed evilly, and looked up and down at Shuirui. She picked up the bowl of soup, and poured it on his lower body. The man on the recliner frowned slightly, and didn't move, but his face was suspiciously green. This naughty girl. Yushu poured the bowl of soup, and seeing that Shuirui didn't wake up, she lightly snorted, and turned to leave. She tidied up her hair at the door, and when she went to the courtyard, she called Guelu, and pointed to the room. Go, see if your young master has sobered up. Chapter 296. Yushu asks Guelu to take care of Shuirui. She leaves Wangji Tower without waiting for him to sober up. She doesn't hire a sedan chair on the street. Seeing that it's still dawn, she walks home. On her way, she deliberately takes a detour and passes by the gate of the G mansion. In just a few days, the right magistrate's mansion has lost its glory. The vermilion gate is tightly closed. No one cleans the dust in front of the gate. The guards at the gate have long disappeared. Yushu doesn't care about other people in this mansion, but she is worried about Aunt Chui. Of course, if the Ji family knows that she sent Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan to prison, they will definitely not treat her mother well. 2 days ago, Yushu has done some divination for Aunt Chui. She knows that Aunt Chui's life in the Ji family is not good, but there will be no big trouble. Yushu is quite confident about Aunt Chui's safety. The Ji family is now in the teeth of the storm. Many people are watching them. Even if they vent their anger on Aunt Chui, they will at most lock her up and starve her for a few days. They don't dare to kill her. After passing by here, Yushu doesn't plan to go in to see Aunt Chui. If she goes to the Ji family, she will not be allowed in. Secondly, she doesn't want the Ji family to think how much she cares about this biological mother who once abandoned them. So, she can only let Aunt Chui suffer a little first. After the Ji family collapses this time, she will find a way to get her out. This afternoon, when eating at Wangji Tower, Yushu hears from Shui Rui that the Supreme Court and the Celestial Commissioner will hold a joint trial for Ji Huaishan's involvement in the murder of the Emperor and the case of favoritism and fraud. The trial will start in a few days. At that time, she and Jing Chen would have to testify in court and identify the Ji family. A yellow frost stone was not enough to prove that Ji Huaishan had colluded with Jing Chen's murderer. However, based on the investigation of this year's astrology exam papers, as well as her and Jing Chen's testimony, Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan were definitely guilty of cheating in the exam. The Yin dynasty's punishments for officials and examinees who cheat in examinations are quite severe. According to the laws of the Yin dynasty and the Dayan examination, once convicted, not only will Ji Huaishan be stripped of his position, he will also receive 100 lashes of the whip, be demoted to a commoner, and be sent to Tong province to repent. As for Ji Xingxuan, other than being punished, she would also be stripped of her qualifications to participate in the Dayan examination. She would be imprisoned for 15 months and would never be allowed to take the examination again. Yushu only found out 2 days ago when she went to the Supreme Court. If the Ji family were convicted, the sentence would be more severe than she had imagined. Yushu did not feel any sympathy for them. In her opinion, Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan were simply asking for it. Since they dared to steal the exam papers, they should not be afraid of being reported. If they dared to cheat, they should not be afraid of being caught. If they dared to harm others, they should not be afraid of being harmed. If they were afraid, then they should not have done it in the first place. As a person who had lived 2 lives, Yushu understood this logic very well. In this world, an eye for an eye, no one can escape. Just like in her previous life, she went against her conscience to earn money and indirectly harmed many people. In the end, she still died and paid it all back. Yushu looked at the 2 words Ji Mansion on the plaque on the door again and left expressionlessly. Not long after she left, a horse carriage stopped in front of the Ji Mansion. A 15 or 16-year-old youth jumped down from the carriage. He looked up to see the plaque on the door and saw that the door was tightly shut. Puzzled, he walked up the steps and knocked on the door. "Is anyone there?" When Yushu returned home, Yu Xiaoxiu had already finished school and was chatting with Zhao Hui. Yushu pushed the curtain and entered. Yu Xiaoxiu stood up when he saw her and excitedly said, "Older sister, I heard from Aunt Hui that older brother Jing came this morning. There was also a high-ranking official in the imperial palace who read the imperial edict and rewarded us with many good things." Yushu smiled and reached out to touch his head. After the new year, Yu Xiaoxiu seemed to have grown a little taller. Originally, he only reached her shoulder, but now he almost reached her chin. She didn't tell Zhao Hui, her husband, and Yu Xiaoxiu about the situation of the Ji family in detail. They only knew that she was arrested by the Celestial Commissioner because of Jing Chen that day in the clinic. They didn't know the current situation of the Ji family and Aunt Chui's situation. Yu Shu previously stayed with the Ji family. Her excuse was to take care of Aunt Chui's health. Now that she moved back, she only said that Aunt Chui had recovered from her illness. She didn't mention that the Ji family was in prison. Before the Supreme Court's case was over, she didn't want to tell them the truth so that they wouldn't worry. Yu Shu walked over and sat down next to Zhao Hui. Seeing that she looked good and was not tired from the busy morning, she was relieved and asked her, "Where is my godfather?" Zhao Hui covered her mouth and smiled. "I went to tell your uncle the good news. You didn't see the plaque bestowed by the emperor. He was so happy that he couldn't find the north. When I was diagnosed with my pregnancy, I didn't see him so happy." Yu Shu could understand He Fengji's feelings. As a native of the ancient times, the idea of the supremacy of the imperial power was deeply rooted. Usually, when the emperor was mentioned, people would raise their hands and bow with great respect. This time, it was a great joy to receive the emperor's personal praise. The golden plaque given by the emperor was enough to be passed on to future generations and bring glory to the family. "In 2 days, I will pick a good day and have Godfather hang the golden plaque, set off a few strings of firecrackers on the street, invite people to come dance the lion, and have a good liveliness," Yu Shu said. Before he left, that was what he said. "He wanted you to come back and pick a day." Zhao Hui nodded and pulled Yu Shu's hand to discuss. "Xiao Yu, I was thinking, this time, the palace has given you a lot of rewards. Our family has no other relatives in the capital, and we have close relations with your uncle's family. Normally, we also rely on him to take care of us. Why don't we send him a portion of the cloth and satin made by the palace so that he can bask in the air of nobility, and also send a portion to your mother to make her happy? What do you think?" Yu Shu said, "Mother, you can take charge of these matters. Pick some good ones and send them to Jojo. You don't need to worry about my mother. When I get back, I will directly send her some money. She will like it even more. As for the rest, see if there are any that are suitable for this weather to make clothes. Take them out and use them. Don't save them, they won't give birth to gold." Zhao Hui pursed her lips and smiled. She patted her hand and said, "They won't give birth to gold, but they can be used as a dowry for you." Yu Shu didn't know how to respond and could only laugh awkwardly. She turned her head to ask Yu Xiaoxiu, "Have you finished today's homework?" Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his head, "Not yet." Yu Shu waved her hand, "Go do your homework first, you can play later." "Oh," Yu Xiaoxiu obediently stood up and walked to the door before turning his head back. He hesitantly said to Yu Shu, "Jia, after school today, that Shuowenjia insisted on coming home with me. He thought that we were staying with the Ji family." Yu Shu asked, "Then why didn't I see him coming back with you?" Yu Xiaoxiu curled his lips and said, "I told him that we are not from the Ji family for a long time. I asked him to find the way to the right magistrate's court." Yu Shu frowned. If Shuowenjia wants to find the Ji family, he will definitely hear that Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan are in prison. Now that he is going to school with Yu Xiaoxiu may hear about it. In this way, Yu Xiaoxiu will definitely worry about his Aunt Chui, who is in the Ji family. He will make a fuss to visit the Ji family. What should she do? This troublesome gigolo, he didn't come earlier or later. When he came to stick to Ji Xingxuan like a smelly fly. He just wants to make trouble for her. He is so annoying. Yu Shu cursed at Shuowenjia in her heart. After thinking for a while, she stood up and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Let's go back to Sister Fang and look at your new textbook." Yu Shu and Zhao Hui said goodbye, then pulled Yu Xiaoxiu away. After entering his room, she closed the door and turned to Yu Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu, I want to tell you something. Instead of letting him hear about it from Shuwenjie and go to the Ji family without saying a word, it is better for her to give him a heads up first. Yu Shu roughly told Yu Xiaoxiu about the Ji family. As she expected, Yu Xiaoxiu was really worried about Aunt Chui's situation. He was afraid that they would vent their anger on his mother. Yu Shu repeatedly assured him that Aunt Chui would be fine and promised that she would pick up Aunt Chui as soon as the Supreme Judiciary case was over. Only then did he give up the idea of going to the Ji family to see her now. Yu Shu was still worried and told Yu Xiaoxiu to stay away from Shuwenjie when he met him in the academy in the future. Yesterday, she used the law of misfortune to predict that Yu Xiaoxiu would have a quarrel with someone in 2 days. This small disaster must be caused by Shuwenjie. That guy was crazy about Ji Xingxuan. If he knew that she put his sweetheart in jail, he would definitely get angry. If he couldn't find her, he might find trouble with Yu Xiaoxiu. Because he was worried about Aunt Chui, Yu Xiaoxiu was not in the mood to do his homework. He sat in front of the desk and played with the brush. To make him happy, Yu Shu took out her abacus and taught him to play, bombarding foreigners with cannon. It was a small puzzle game for 2 people. The beads on the abacus were divided into 2 parts by a beam. One person guarded one side and placed each string of beads at the top and bottom. The first one to knock off all the beads of the opponent would be the winner. What's a cannon? Yu Xiaoxiu asked. Yu Shu touched her chin. It's a kind of weapon. It's similar to firecrackers. Once it's ignited, it will make a boom sound and can blow up a house. That's awesome. Yu Xiaoxiu was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Then he said suspiciously, why haven't I heard of it? Are you kidding me? Yu Shu said vaguely, who knows? I haven't seen it either. Then what's a shepherd? Is it a shepherd? Ah. It's a foreigner. Yu Shu didn't know what to say. She just remembered that there was no term for foreigners at this time, so she explained in a roundabout way, I heard that in the far west of Dawn, there is a group of people with yellow hair and blue eyes. They are tall and big. Because we need to cross the ocean to get to their place, we call them foreigners. Ah, yellow hair. Blue eyes? Isn't that a monster? Yu Xiaoxiu looked a little scared. Yu Shu waved her hand and said, what monster? There are barbarians living in Enling City. Didn't you see them in the restaurant last time? Their eyes are yellow, green, and blue. What's so strange about it? But they don't have yellow hair. Yu Xiaoxiu stubbornly said. Yu Xiaoxiu asked one question after another. Yu Shu impatiently patted the abacus, are you going to play or not? If you don't want to play, hurry up and do your homework. Chapter 297. At breakfast, Yu Xiaoxiu yawned again and again. Yesterday, Yu Shu taught him to play the game of bombarding foreigners with cannons. He was addicted to it as soon as he played it. Urged by Yu Shu to finish his homework, he continued to pester her to play with him. It wasn't until the 3rd watch that he woke up and found that the lights in their room were on that he knocked on their window to urge them to go to sleep. Here, eat this. You're not allowed to sleep during the teacher's lecture. After the meal, Yu Shu poured a millennium pill for him. If you're really sleepy, wait for lunch, then go find your academician Song and borrow his room to sleep for a while. Do you hear me? Yes, Aunt Hui, Uncle He, Sister, I'm going to school. Yu Xiaoxiu nodded honestly. He took the bag of books and a small bag of snacks from Yundo and walked out the door with a yawn. He Fengji then went to the clinic. Yu Shu sat with Zhao Hui for a while and then returned to her room. She didn't plan to go out today, nor did she plan to go to Wangji Tower. She thought that if she met Shui Rui today, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from giving him a dirty look. In her previous life, Yushu lived to the age of 20 or 29. She didn't think she was an innocent girl who would kill herself after being kissed. However, as a girl, she still had to have some self-awareness. It was Shui Rui's drunken behavior yesterday, so she didn't bother to pursue it. If he dared to mess around with her like this when he was awake, she definitely wouldn't let him go. No matter if he was Brother Shui or Brother Chao, no one could take advantage of her. What's more, she wasn't sure if Shui Rui would remember kissing her after he woke up. It would be fine if he didn't remember, but if he remembered, how awkward it would be when they met. She'd better hide for 2 days. Yushu rubbed her lips with the back of her hand, and a look of regret flashed in her eyes. Who knew that he would be so unreasonable when he was drunk? The next time she met him drunk, how far away she must be from him. After calming down, Yushu carried Kim Bao, who had been chirping around the table leg for a long time, to the windowsill. Goldie rubbed its claws a few times and found a comfortable position to bask in the sun. It no longer made any noise. Yushu spread out the paper. She placed the abacus and the little booklet she had used to record her algebra formulas. She held a charcoal pen in her hand and listed the 8 positions of Qimen Dun Jia on the paper: rest, life, shang, du, jing, death, shock, and open. As well as the first algebra chant that Daoist Qing Jing had imparted to her, the 8 gates life and death art. It could be said that without the 8 gates life and death art, he would not be able to survive. She would not have been able to deduce the law of clear rain and the law of calamity. The 8 gates of life and death each controlled good or bad luck, good or bad fortune, and the 4 seasons and 8 directions. Using the 8 gates of life and death art well, she could use the 4 pillars and 8 characters of the person seeking divination to add the corresponding hours and other divinations to generally deduce the relevant positions in time. Her law of clear rain and the law of calamity were built on this foundation, materializing a prediction in a certain direction. The law of clear rain was simpler than the law of calamity. It was because the weather was only cloudy, sunny, rainy, and snowy, but the range of calamities was huge. It could be disease, prison, blood, money, lawsuits, quarrels, bereavement, getting lost, fire, flood, or even encountering natural disasters. All these calamities required a large amount of evidence. Only then could she figure out a relatively accurate range of values, and use it to determine which calamity the exact value she calculated using the law of calamity was within the range of values of the calamity. Her law of calamity was much more complete than it was half a year ago, but it was still not comprehensive enough. There were 2 main loopholes. First, the judgment of calamities was too general and easy to confuse. For example, she had boarded the merchant ship of the Taihing Chamber of Commerce to enter the capital and encountered a massacre on the way. At that time, she had used the law of calamity to divine Yu Xiaoxiu's 8 characters and concluded that it was a flood disaster. However, this matter was clearly stained with blood and had a fatal disaster. It wasn't just a flood disaster. Second, although she could accurately determine when the calamity would occur, she couldn't accurately determine the cause of the calamity. The information about the calamity was incomplete, so it wasn't easy to avoid it. Although she had the initiative, she was still in a passive position. The law of calamity couldn't be used to its greatest effect. For example, when they were still living in Huixing Street with Jing Chen, there was one time when Jing Chen's Kata star acted up. Yu Shu had predicted that Yu Xiaoxiu would have a bloody disaster the next day, but she didn't know the cause. She could only remind Yu Xiaoxiu not to touch knives or go into the kitchen. As a result, Yu Xiaoxiu was almost shot in the head by an arrow during riding and archery class. Luckily, the arrow brushed past his face. This was the disadvantage of incomplete information. These 2 points allowed Yu Shu to see the shortcomings of the law of calamity. At the same time, it gave her new inspiration. Some time ago, she was considering whether to start researching a new law, but she didn't have a specific direction and didn't know where to start. After thinking about it, she felt that instead of finding another way, it would be better to fill the half-filled bottle of water in her hand and not let it sway. This meant that she was prepared to find a way to make up for the inadequacies of the law of the time of calamity, so that she could not only know about calamity, but also avoid calamity very effectively, instead of leaving it to fate. This matter was easy to say, but it was quite tricky to do. Yushu only had a little clue at the moment. When she was preparing for the Dian examination, she frequently came into contact with the method of Na'in. The so-called Na'in used 60 years as a cycle, from the 5 elements of heaven and earth to the 5 tones of human voice. It was a method of numeric deduction and the syllables used to calculate. It was often used by Ko for divination. The advantage was that the Na'in contained a lot of material information. Yushu's initial idea was to start with the 8 doors that contained a lot of good and bad information. Using the Na'in method that contained a lot of material information, she could accurately calculate the information related to the calamity. Take Yu Xiaoxiu's case as an example. If she could get information about the arrow from the Na'in, she could help Yu Xiaoxiu avoid riding and archery lessons in advance. Another example would be when she was in danger on the boat. If she could get information about people or Bai or Qiu from the Na'in, she could be on guard against Bai Qing or Qiu Biao in advance, and not be deceived by Bai Qing. Of course, this was just an idea. Yushu didn't have full confidence, but she was full of energy and was prepared to spend a lot of time and money on it. First, she had to go to the Great Change Hall to buy a few books. She wasn't very proficient in the Na'in method, and because she didn't have a teacher to guide her, learning it was a bit more difficult. She planned to ask Jing Chen later. If he was good at this, she could ask him for advice, saving her the trouble of visiting the Great Change Master. Next, she wanted to change all the tools she used, inside and out. Before, she didn't have enough money, so she used a compass, divination stick, bagua book, hourglass, star chart, and other things. They were all second-hand choices, so these tools weren't of much use. She could only rely on divination to calculate. In fact, for the traders, a good tool could not only make up for their lack of experience, it could also make the results of their divination more accurate. There was even a set of 50-year-old gold-threaded Nanma divination sticks. Because of the spiritual nature of heaven and earth, they could be used for divination with a 50% accuracy rate, which could help the traders make decisions. Now, Yushu had a small amount of assets. Other than the 2,000 silver from the Ji family, the emperor rewarded her yesterday with 100 mu of fertile land. She could sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. She also had 100 taels of gold as a trump card, which was enough for her to change from a bird gun to a cannon. After that, she had to improve her food and clothing. Anyone who wanted to become a great change master had to treat themselves well. There was a wonderful saying, the body was the capital of everything. Yushu knew that with her current body, her fate, bone structure, aptitude, essence, and even her luck, they were all very bad. The only good thing about her was her brain. She was born with it, but that didn't mean she couldn't change it. This fate didn't belong to her, so she didn't need to care about it. However, if her bone structure was bad, her comprehension would be bad. This could be improved by reading more books and using her brain. Yesterday, the emperor rewarded her with the Dragon Horse River diagram. It was said that reading it every day was beneficial. Aptitude was related to talent and intelligence. Needless to say, her intelligence was good, but talent was a bit more uncertain. For example, Jing Qin, when she chose to buy a haunted house, he could tell that the feng shui was wrong with just a glance. That was called talent. Of course, she didn't have this kind of ability, but the calculation ability she accumulated in her previous life could be considered a kind of a talent in this life. As for the vital essence, Yushu had heard from Hifangji that it was a person's own vital essence. Without vital essence, a person would die, but a person with abundant vital essence would live a long and healthy life, and be immune to all kinds of diseases. To maintain essence, first of all, good living habits, getting up and going to bed on time, not indulging in debauchery. Secondly, it was to rely on food. Just look at the rich and powerful families, which didn't try their best to eat carefully. For example, the prescription of the eternal elixir given by Jing Qin was a kind of elixir for maintenance. There were also all kinds of delicacies in Wangji building, which could play the role of food nourishment. Yushu also thought of the 8 treasure koi in the pond of the Ji family's ancestral house. Finally, she had to talk about luck. This thing came and went without a trace, but it could often affect a person's fate at the critical moment. However, Yushu's luck was very bad. This kind of thing that came and went without a trace could not be improved by herself. The only way was to rely on external objects, such as the adversity-blocking stone. Look at how many brocade pouches, amulets, and jade objects they wore were used for protection. Just take Shui Rui for example. Yushu noticed that the violet jade bat-shaped pendant that Shui Rui frequently wore seemed to be inconspicuous, yet it was actually a precious treasure, and if he were to really exchange it for money, there would probably be no one that would be able to afford it. Yushu Kai received a piece of Fortune Mountain auspicious jade as a reward from the emperor. She was going to take it out and bring it with her. There were also the 5 treasures of the Qilin and auspicious beasts. She also wanted to place them in her usual room. In addition, when the Supreme Court's case was over, she wanted to find a way to get some good jades and make her own feng shui pond. In her previous life, when Yushu had money, she would choose to do investment. There was no business that would make a lot of money, but there was a way to make money. Because it was a society that recognized money and not people, human relationships were thinner than paper. She had to take care of her younger brother Yulei and live a good life, so making money became her first priority. Being born in the Duan dynasty, a world where Yishui ran rampant, Yushu discovered very early on that if she wanted to live a good life, this supreme knowledge was more important than money. If she learned it, not only would she be able to understand the fate of others, she would also be able to control her own fate. Just thinking about it made her blood boil. For Yushu, who was very competitive, this kind of temptation had already far surpassed money. Chapter 298. Another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yushu stayed at home, reading calligraphy, calculating, and studying the Book of Changes. She did not step out of the house and waited for the news of the Supreme Judiciary's trial. Nothing major happened in the past 2 days. Zhao Hui picked out a reward from the palace and asked Hifangji to send it to Beijing. In addition, Xia Mingming sent a letter from the Wangji Tower, asking why Yushu did not keep her appointment. Yushu wrote a reply and asked Gue Lu to send it. There was no explanation in the letter, only an appointment to meet Xia Mingming at the end of the month. In addition, Yu Xiaoxiu met Shuewenjie in the academy. As Yushu expected, Shuewenjie knew that Ji Xingxuan was imprisoned. No one knew where he heard that it had something to do with Yushu. He caught Yu Xiaoxiu and sneered at Yushu. As a result, Yu Xiaoxiu reported it to Academician Song and Shuewenjie was reprimanded. Yushu listened to Yu Xiaoxiu's story and sneered. She said, "If you see him in the future, just treat him as a fly and ignore him. If he makes trouble for you again, just tell him that if he doesn't want others to know that he was used as an offering to heaven naked, he should keep his mouth shut." When they were in Yiyang City, Shuewenjie was caught by a group of people and used as an offering. Yushu and Yu Xiaoxiu were implicated by him and were in danger. They witnessed Shuewenjie being stripped naked. It was also at that time that Yushu met Jing Qin for the first time, so it was still fresh in her memory. Yu Xiaoxiu remembered Yushu's words and went to school the next day. However, he did not see Shuewenjie again. He thought that Xue Wenjie was afraid of being reprimanded by the academician. He did not know that Xue Wenjie did not come to school at all. Putting this trivial matter aside for the time being, at dusk, Yu Shu finally received the news that the joint hearing would be held. Xue Rui sent Lao Chui to tell her that the date of the joint hearing would be tomorrow. Xue Rui asked her to wait at home tomorrow morning. He would send someone to pick her up and bring her to the Supreme Court. Lao Chui only said these two sentences and didn't say anything else. This made Yu Shu very relieved. She only thought that Xue Rui did not remember what happened that day when he was drunk. Later, she told Zhao Hui that she was going out tomorrow and asked the kitchen to boil water. With the help of Yundo, Yu Shu, who could not touch water with one hand, took a bath and went to bed early. Just when Yu Shu was sleeping peacefully, in the prison of the west of Enling City, in the silent night, the door of a cell was opened. The jailer inserted a torch on the wall, illuminating this gloomy stone room. A hunchback figure on the wooden bed appeared. Faintly, a weak cough was heard. The person on the bed heard the sound of the door opening. He slowly turned half of his body, revealing a gray face and a sickly body. However, it was Ji Huaishan who was still energetic 10 days ago. Cough, cough, who is it? Ji Huaishan looked at the figure at the door. He was not sure whether it was the people from the government who wanted to interrogate him late at night or someone else came to visit him. Grandfather. A person at the door called out in a low voice. He ran to the wooden bed and knelt in front of him. The black cloak on his head slid down, revealing a face without any makeup. Xian Er. Ji Huaishan was shocked. He forced himself to sit up. Why, it's His Highness Ning Wang. Ji Xingxuan reached out to support the old man with red eyes. She said in a small voice to him, tomorrow, the court will start the interrogation. Wang Yi found a way for me to sneak out of the cell and come see you. Hearing this, Ji Huaishan hurriedly looked outside the door, searching for the figure of 7th Prince Lu Hao. But it was dark outside and he couldn't see anything clearly. He asked her in a low voice, 7th, Wang Yi also came. Ji Xingxuan nodded. Wang Yi is waiting outside. It's not convenient for him to come in here. Don't look for him. Let's quickly discuss how to answer tomorrow in court. Ji Huaishan moved his gaze away. He didn't see Lu Hao and disappointment flashed through his eyes. He coughed twice and raised his head to look at his granddaughter who was kneeling by the low bed. Using the light from the fire on the wall, he saw the worry, anxiety, and a bit of fear on her face. He felt very guilty. He reached out a hand that was trembling from the pain to touch the top of her head. He slowly said, if I had known that this would happen, I wouldn't have taken the risk to steal the question. I wouldn't have been deceived by that bastard with wild ambitions. I allowed you to use the disaster-blocking stone to make a deal with her, causing a great disaster. Good child, cough cough, this time, it was grandfather who harmed you. Ji Xingxuan tightly held the old man's other hand. Tears welled up in her eyes. She shook her head and held back her sobs. She forced a smile at him. Don't say such depressing words. Wang Yi said that as long as they don't have any material evidence, no matter who testifies, the Supreme Court can't easily convict us. Didn't you already burn that exam paper? Grandson's answer paper was also self-explanatory. As for them accusing us of colluding with the traitors who murdered the royal family, it's even more impossible to convict us. Father came to see me the day before yesterday and said that he had already asked someone to go to the Supreme Court to arrange things. It's okay, grandfather, it will be okay. Ji Huaishan's palm paused on her hair. He looked at her and closed his blurry eyes. He didn't have the heart to tell her the news that his good friend Xiao Zhixue had told him yesterday when he came to visit the prison. The Celestial Commissioner had found 7 or 8 identical exam papers from this year's Diyan examination astrology. His crime of favoritism and fraud was confirmed. At the very least, he would be stripped of his official position and sent away. As for his precious granddaughter, she would lose her bright future because of cheating. She would never be able to enter the Dian examination for the rest of her life. As a female customer, her life would be ruined. Xingxuan, listen to grandfather. Ji Huaishan pulled himself together and patted Ji Xingxuan's shoulder. He lowered his voice and said, "It's not that there's no turning back. In court tomorrow, no matter what they ask, you must insist that you don't know anything. Grandfather will also not admit to stealing the exam papers. Both of us are innocent. Do you remember?" Ji Xingxuan had been in prison for several days. She had been tortured and interrogated. Her arrogance had long been worn down. At this moment, she must be at a loss. After listening to Ji Huaishan's words, she only nodded vigorously and firmly held his withered palm. The grandfather and granddaughter pair whispered a few more words. The jailer outside the door began to urge them. Ji Xingxuan was involved in the murder of the imperial family. If she were to sneak into another prison cell, if she was discovered, the jailer would lose his job that day. Ji Xingxuan was reluctantly taken away by the jailer. The prison door closed and the stone room once again sank into darkness. A long time later, a heavy sigh could be heard. Don't blame grandfather. Ji Xingxuan was taken by the jailer through a corridor. She saw Lu Hao waiting in front of the iron bars. She lowered her head and walked forward. She raised a hand and bowed. "Many thanks, Wang Yi." "There is no need to thank me." Lu Hao held her wrist with one hand and looked at her with pity. He said, "You have suffered in prison these days. Don't worry, Ben Wang knows that you have been wronged and will seek justice for you." Ji Xingxuan raised her head and looked gratefully at him. Without a trace, she pulled her wrist out of his hand and said in a soft voice, "Wang Ye's benevolence, if there is a day, Xingxuan will definitely repay it." "Ben Wang does not need you to repay me." Lu Hao lowered his head and moved closer to her. His raised hand landed on her shoulder and he said in a warm voice, "As long as you do not hide from me in the future." Ji Xingxuan gave a bitter laugh and lowered her eyes, not replying. Seeing her like this, Lu Hao did not force her to promise anything. He patted her shoulder. "Let's go, I'll send you back before we leave." Ji Xingxuan did not refuse and let him send her to the door of the prison. Watching her enter and lock the door, she walked to the only window in the room. She raised her head to look at the stars in the sky. Her hand moved in front of her chest and she began to silently chant. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly put down her hand and stiffly turned her head. She sat on the wooden bed and hugged the damp blanket. She slowly curled into a ball at the corner of the bed. A ray of moonlight shone on her figure and it could be seen that she was trembling. The 14th year of Zhao Qing, the 23rd of the first month. The sky was cloudy. This day was suitable for gathering, tailoring, entering a school, and meeting friends. Avoid visiting graves, digging, and brewing. Yushu had specially changed into a brand new Hu skirt today. She wore a pair of boots that had been wiped clean. Since the weather was cold, she put on a sheepskin waistcoat and a pair of soft leather wrist guards. A piece of Fushan auspicious jade hung on her neck. Her hair was tied up in a braid, revealing a clean face. She was full of energy. She didn't look like she was going to be a witness in court, but more like she was going to ride a horse to play. Lao Chui drove the carriage to Zhao Hui's house on time. Yushu went to the upper room and said goodbye to Zhao Hui. Then she got on the carriage and left. No one in the family knew that she was going to see the Ji family being tried today. Knowing that it would rain in the afternoon, Yushu didn't forget to take an umbrella when she went out. On the way, she sat at the door of the carriage and chatted with Lao Chui for a while. She learned that Shui Rui had been busy for 2 days because of his work. Last night, he went back to his house and slept. Early this morning, he went to the Supreme Court to deal with the case. As an assistant official of the case, he participated in the joint trial. Before this, Yushu had been invited to the Supreme Court for tea twice. So she knew the gate. After getting off the carriage and reporting her name, she was led in by the officer in front of the gate. They didn't go to the court directly. Instead, they took her to the side hall where the witnesses were resting to wait. The trial of the Supreme Court was different from that of the county government. They were very strict. First, they didn't allow people to watch. Second, they had to follow the procedure. They only called the witnesses when they needed to come out. As a witness, when Yushu arrived, Jingchen hadn't come yet. Except for the 2 guards at the door, she was sitting alone in the room. There was no tea here. She put her hands in front of her abdomen and closed her eyes to rest. Daozi, please sit inside and wait for a while. I'll go to the hall first. I'll send someone to invite you later. Someone, make a pot of good tea and bring it here. When Yushu heard the voices outside the door, she opened her eyes. Turning her head, she saw Jingchen being escorted to the door by 2 officials from the Supreme Court. Behind him were 2 palace guards, standing in front of the door with sabers slung over their shoulders. Jingchen, you're here. Yushu smiled and called out to him. She didn't stand up. She just sat there and greeted him. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. She knew that it was inconvenient for him to come out of the palace and she couldn't go find him. It was rare to see him, so of course she was very happy. Xiaoyu. Jingchen sat down next to Yushu. He looked at her complexion and asked with concern, "Is your finger better?" "I still take the medicine every day, but I can't move." Yushu held out her left hand in front of him. Jingchen looked and took out a square wooden box from his sleeve. He handed it to her. "This is the bone healing ointment I told you about last time. When you go back, have Dr. He apply it for you. Use it early in the morning. Don't stop once every 3 days." Yushu received it and opened it. She first smelled a bitter and sweet smell, and then she looked at the shape of the ointment that was so red it was almost black. It was obviously similar to the box of ointment that the 9th prince asked Shui Rui to give to her not long ago, but this box of ointment had obviously been made not long ago, causing its smell to be slightly stronger. She laughed in her heart, yet didn't say anything. "I thought you had forgotten about this." Yushu played with the finely made wooden box and said casually. "I was going to deliver it to you the day before yesterday," Jingchen explained to her. "But Shimi suddenly fell ill. I left the palace to see her, so I was 2 days late." Chapter 299. Yushu had originally thought that it was inconvenient for Jingchen to come out of the palace, so his people had not come for a few days. Who would have thought that it was not inconvenient for him to come out, but he had no time to see her. "Why is Miss Shueyun so ill?" Yushu asked Jingchen with her usual expression. She was very curious about what illness it was that was more serious than her broken finger. Jingchen did not notice Yushu's displeasure and said, "The day before yesterday, Chongyun brought us to tour the capital. Shueyun was so happy that she played until late at night. As a result, she caught a cold. That night, she returned home with a fever. She only got better yesterday." Yushu made an "oh" sound. She did not express any concern for the younger Shimi's health. Instead, she asked Jingchen with a faint smile, "What happened? Did you guys come out to play the day before yesterday? Why didn't you call me?" Jingchen was stunned and asked strangely, "Didn't you say that you had something to do and couldn't come?" Hearing this, Yushu frowned. "When did I say that? Why don't I remember? Did you come to find me the day before yesterday?" Jingchen nodded and said, "That day, Chongyun and I left the palace and went to his guest house to pick up Shimi. I wanted to go to Dr. He's house to find you. They felt that it was too troublesome to go back and forth between the south and north of the city. Chongyun sent someone to invite you, but you said you had something to do and couldn't come. Ha! Yushu gave a fake laugh and thought that this was interesting. She had been staying at home for the past few days. Other than Gue Lu and Lao Chue who came to deliver letters, no one else had come to ask her to go out. But someone had copied what she said and told it to Jing Qin. There must be something fishy going on. Yushu's attitude made Jing Qin feel that something was wrong. He asked her in confusion, "Why didn't you say you had something to do?" Yushu smiled and didn't intend to expose him. "You're right. Now that you mention it, I remember that I did have something to do the day before yesterday." It was meaningless to put it bluntly. At most, Jing Qin would ask Lu Tan again. It would just be one more explanation. If the errand runner was lazy and didn't look for her, it would be fine. If Lu Tan didn't send someone to look for her on purpose, he wouldn't admit it. Right. Yushu cleverly chose to skip this topic. "How long are you going to stay in the palace? Didn't you say you were going to move to the princess mansion?" Jing Qin said, "Soon, the princess residence has been tidied up. All that's left is to clean it up." "That's good. It would be easier for her to find him after he came out." The two chatted for a while. Yushu heard the faint sound of a stick striking outside. She looked at the rising sun and guessed that the trial had begun. She stood up and walked to the door. Yushu pricked up her ears and listened to the movements in front of her. She turned her head and asked the two bailiffs waiting outside the door, "Is the trial starting?" The Supreme Court's trial was held in the magistrate's office. It wasn't shown to the public and the commoners weren't allowed to watch. It was very quiet. The bailiff said, "The trial has begun. Miss, please wait. When it's time for you to go to the court for questioning, someone will come to summon you." "Okay." Yushu walked back and sat down. She smiled at Jing Qin and said, "Did you hear that? The trial has begun. Let's sit for a while." Yushu didn't intend to talk to Jing Qin. If the crime of murdering the emperor was cleared, then so be it. After all, she was the one who framed him. However, Ji Huaishan stole the questions and Ji Xingxuan cheated. This was a fact. She didn't need to lie and they didn't run away. Jing Chen's hearing was much better than Yushu's. As he sat there, he could more or less hear the sound of the gavel being struck, as well as the interrogating voices of the interrogators. After a while, he suddenly asked Yushu seriously, "If this crime of favoritism and corruption is carried out, how will the punishment be?" Yushu replied, "The punishment will be 100 lashes. He will be demoted to a commoner and be sent out of the capital." Jing Qin frowned, 100 lashes. Won't that kill? Yushu seemed to remember that killing was a taboo in Jing Chen's sect. She said, "Don't worry. The whip is very thin. I have asked Brother Shui. It will only hurt. It will take at least 200 or 300 lashes to kill someone." Jing Chen's eyebrows relaxed. He hoped that those who bullied Yushu would get their retribution, but he didn't want to see anyone die because of it. After waiting for another 2 cups of tea, Jing Chen was asked to go to the front for questioning. Yushu was left to continue waiting. "Summon the witness, Yushu of Yang." When Yushu was called to the front hall, the trial had just ended. Before she reached the door, she saw the grandfather and grandson of the Ji family kneeling on the ground. Both of them wore grayish-white prison uniforms. Ji Huaishan's hair was disheveled, and his legs were shackled. His back was bent, and he looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. He was ill and breathless, and his former majesty was nowhere to be seen. Ji Xingxuan's hair was haphazardly tied behind her head with a rope. The thin prison uniform she wore made her look so skinny that a gust of wind could blow her over. She didn't look like the fourth Miss G of Yang City, who was famous throughout Yang City. When they heard that Yushu was going to the court, their bodies stiffened at the same time. But they didn't look back. Jing Chen didn't stand for questioning. The Supreme Court had prepared a chair for him. After the questioning, he sat on the side to listen to the trial. The other person sitting next to him was the representative of the Celestial Commissioner, Junior Supervisor Ren Qiming. Except for Liu Tan, almost everyone who was at the Celestial Commissioner's office that night was present. Oh, there was still one more thing missing. Lord Bing, Yang's Yushu is here. Sitting in the main hall was the chief judge of the case. He was a second-ranked official in the Imperial Court, Chancellor Guo Huai, and cases of favoritism and fraud were common. Moreover, when the Dian examination and the Imperial examinations were held together, there were many students who were caught cheating. If Ji Huaishan's case was just an ordinary case of fraud, Guo Huai wouldn't have to personally interrogate him. He could have just handed it over to his subordinates. But because it was related to the treason of murdering a relative of the Emperor specially ordered a strict investigation. That was why he was the chief judge. Bang! Who are you? Guo Huai was 53 years old. He was slightly plump. Although he had a white face and looked kind, he was famous for being ruthless. 5 years ago, there was a big case in Enling. The fourth princess's son-in-law trampled a pregnant woman to death on horseback when he was drunk. 1 corpse and 2 lives were lost before he left. The magistrate didn't dare to make a noise and hastily closed the case, letting the son-in-law get away with it. Unexpectedly, the pregnant woman's husband went to the Supreme Court to beat the drum to complain about his grievances. He survived after being beaten 50 times with iron rods. Guo Huai accepted the case that day. After finding out the truth, the next day, he sent people to the fourth princess's residence to kidnap the son-in-law and interrogate him. In the end, the son-in-law was sentenced to be hanged. His death shocked the entire Enling city. Later, some people jokingly called him the White King of Hell. Student Yushu kowtows to your excellency. Yushu claimed to be a student, so she didn't kneel. Instead, she crossed her thumbs and bowed. She raised her head slightly and glanced at Shui Rui, who was sitting at the side. Today, he was wearing a formal red muslin robe, a black leather belt around his waist, a black tsong hat on his head, and a white jade square hole on the brim of his hat. His eyes were looking at his nose, and his nose was looking at his heart. His dignified appearance made her a little displeased. Shui Rui was also looking at Yushu. Indeed, he didn't miss the displeasure in her eyes. He folded his thumbs on his knees and made 2 circles. He hid his smile in his eyes. He knew that she was a vengeful person and wouldn't forget so quickly. Yushu, this official wants to ask you. Do you recognize the 2 people kneeling on the ground? Guo Huai asked. Yushu turned her head to look at the grandfather and grandson who were kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered. She said, I recognize them. This is the Celestial Commissioner, Right Judge Ji Huaishan, Lord Ji. The other is the Ji family's 4th daughter, Ji Xingxuan. What followed was a series of questions and answers. Guo Huai hadn't tried Ji Huaishan's crime of stealing. He first asked about how Jing Qin was framed on his way back to the capital and lost the yellow frost stone. Later on, it was discovered in Ji Xingxuan's hands. Yushu answered every question. She was still a scoundrel. However, she didn't explicitly say that the Ji family was involved with the traitors. This was because Shui Rui had reminded her in advance that this Guo Huai, who was trying the case today, was an expert in interrogations. It wouldn't be good if she said too much. During the course of Guo Huai's questioning, neither Ji Huaishan nor Ji Xingxuan interjected. After she had answered, Guo Huai and questioned them again. Only then did the two claim that they were innocent. Ji Huaishan said a few words before coughing repeatedly. Ji Xingxuan continued to answer, Lord Bing, this little girl doesn't dare to say half a word of falsehood. The piece of jade that belonged to the Daoist was indeed something that I accidentally picked up. If it wasn't for the junior supervisor's guidance, grandfather and I wouldn't have known that it was a treasure. If Lord Bing doesn't believe me, you can ask my maidservant, Yun He. I picked up this piece of jade in Yang City and showed it to her when I got back. According to the time, the Daoist hadn't been harmed at that time. He must have lost it by accident. He definitely didn't get it from the hands of a thief. This is all a misunderstanding. Ji Xingxuan was smart. She knew that the Daoist, Jing Chen, was helping Yu Shu make a false statement. Therefore, she didn't say that Yu Shu was falsely accusing her. She only said that it was a misunderstanding. Summon the handmaiden, Yun He. Guo Huaiyan ordered someone to summon Ji Xingxuan's handmaiden to the court. Because the witness who testified and the witness who vouched for Ji Xingxuan were not in the same place, Yu Shu and Jing Chen were waiting in the side hall and didn't see anyone else. Before Yun He was brought to the court, Guo Huaiyan first asked Ren Qiming to confirm Ji Xingxuan's words. Then, he asked Jing Chen again for confirmation. When exactly did he lose the yellow frost stone? I only remember that the yellow frost stone was still with me before I left Yang. I don't know anything else. Jing Chen lowered his eyes slightly and lied. He hid the fact that he had given the yellow frost stone to Yu Shu and that she had lost it. Guo Huaiyan knew that Jing Chen had suffered along the way and lost a part of his memory. Therefore, he didn't question him further. Milord, I've brought the Ji Mansion's handmaiden, Yun He. Yu Shu was no stranger to Ji Xingxuan's chief handmaiden, Yun He. She turned her head to glance at her and saw that her eyes were bloodshot. She was glaring at her fiercely, as if she couldn't wait to pounce on her and bite her. Yun He, do you recognize this item? Guo Huaiyan gestured for a runner to bring a tray down for her to see. On top of the tray was the yellow frost stone that Shui Rui had requested from Yu Shu a few days ago. In reply to Your Excellency, this servant recognizes it. Our young miss picked up this stone when she returned to her hometown last year. Because this stone looks unique and beautiful, the young miss kept it. Guo Huaiyan had carefully interrogated Yun He and had a good idea of the case. He knew that the crime of colluding with the traitors to murder the imperial family was too far-fetched to be confirmed. Thus, he changed the topic and asked with a stern expression, then how did it end up in the hands of Daozi and Miss Yu? This official wants you to tell me the truth. Did your young miss use this yellow frost stone to exchange for the Yunhua astrology examination papers in the 12th year of Baotai? Chapter 300. When Ji Xingxuan's head maidservant, Yun He, was asked by Guo Huaiyan whether Ji Xian had taken the yellow frost stone to exchange with Yu Shu for Yunhua Ez's exam paper, she panicked for a moment before quickly replying, in reply to official, this servant has never heard of Yunhua Ez's exam paper. This servant only knows that the stone was stolen when Miss was shopping. Slap. Audacious servant, you dare to lie in front of this official. Guo Huaiyan's expression was stern as he slammed the gavel in his hand. Yun He was so frightened that her entire body trembled. She lowered her head and braced herself to say, official has wronged me. This servant does not dare to lie. Guo Huaiyan ignored her and turned his gaze to Yu Shu. Miss Yu, tell me, how did you get the yellow frost stone back from Ji Xingxuan's hands? Yu Shu had been waiting for him to speak, so she took a step forward and said seriously, Official Bing, this student doesn't dare to hide the truth. Last November, the Dian examination was near, so I asked a friend who studied at the Imperial Historian's Library to help me sneak into the library. There, I happened to meet 4th Miss Ji and another female student from the library. Because the Imperial Historian's Library has a clear rule that outsiders are forbidden from entering the library, I was afraid that they would see me and implicate my friend, so I hid in a corner and wanted to wait for them to leave before coming out. Who knew that the two of them would rummage through the books? Yushu first told him how she got the Yunhua Ez's exam paper and accidentally saw the yellow frost stone that Ji Xingxuan was wearing. Then, she told how she got the yellow frost stone back. Although that yellow frost stone belonged to Daozi, he had lost his memory at that time, so we didn't know how it ended up in someone else's hands. For safety reasons, we couldn't ask Miss Ji for it in person, but I knew that this item was very important to Daozi and needed to be retrieved as soon as possible. So, I thought of using that exam paper to exchange with Miss Ji. Guo Huaiyan frowned and asked, "How did you know that they would ask for this exam paper and exchange it with you? This matter of stealing questions is a private matter. How did you know that Yunhua Ez's examination paper was this year's Dian examination paper?" Yushu smiled bitterly and said, replying to Darren's question, "At first, I didn't know that it was this year's examination question. It was only when I saw them looking for it anxiously that I thought it was something important. Later on, I heard from a friend that this EZ's examination paper was a unique collection. Coupled with the fact that Darren had personally set the questions and personally graded them, I thought that it might be this year's examination question. Thus, I tried to write a letter anonymously and send it to Miss Ji, claiming that I had the EZ's examination paper that she was looking for. I asked her to come to Kunyuan Street's Eternal Spring Square at noon the next day for an exchange. In the end, she did come that day, but I didn't show up. Instead, I wrote a note asking her to place the yellow frost stone in an old beggar's begging bowl and take it away during the chaos. At the same time, I asked Daozi to hand that paper to Miss Ji. Guo Huaiyan turned his head to ask Jing Qin, "Daozi, did you personally hand over your father's examination paper to Miss Ji?" At this point, he reminded everyone of Jing Chen's identity. Coincidentally, he had unknowingly handed over his father's examination paper to someone else. Yes, I still remember that it was raining that day. I wore a bamboo hat to cover my face and handed the umbrella with the examination paper to her. Jing Chen recalled truthfully. At this time, Ji Xingxuan, who had been kneeling on the ground without making a sound, suddenly raised her head. She looked at Jing Chen with an ugly expression. She also remembered the scene of him handing over the umbrella in the rain that day. At that time, she thought that he had good intentions. Who knew that today, he would actually put them to death? She turned her head to look at the people in the hall. Unexpectedly, there was no one who could speak up for them. As for the ninth prince, who had promised to help her yesterday, she did not know why he had not appeared yet. She felt that she had no way out today and was in such dire straits. She then looked at the person standing in front of her, who used to live under someone else's roof and had no one to rely on. Now, she was immaculately dressed and had ascended to a higher level. Other than hatred, she felt nothing else. After Guo Huaiyan finished asking Jing Qin, he went to ask Shui Rui and another junior official who were sitting at the side listening to the interrogation, "Has it been verified that the question for this year's astrology section is the same question that Yunhua Ez answered in the Dian examination 20 years ago?" Shui Rui was prepared since a long time ago. As soon as he was asked, he passed the file in his hand to the advisor and said, "Sir, please take a look. I've already verified it, and it's indeed the same question from 20 years ago." Guo Huaiyan looked at the record and went to ask Ren Qiming, who was sitting on his left, "Junior Supervisor Ren, is the question for this year's astrology section really based on Yunhua Ez's answer paper?" Ren Qiming said expressionlessly, "Before the examination, other than the major points, the answer for this section should only be known by the lord who was in charge of storing Ez's examination paper and that paper." Guo Huaiyan asked, "Which lord was in charge of storing the examination paper?" It was the right commander of the Celestial Commissioner in the past, the late old Mr. Qin Fangqi. Guo Huaiyan furrowed his brows. He thought that even if Ji Huaishan really stole the question, it was impossible for him to do it alone. Since the case was handed over to him to investigate, it was better to find out all the people involved and not just sentence Ji Huaishan but let the others escape. With this thought in mind, he wasn't in a hurry to show the material evidence he obtained from the Celestial Commissioner. In order to catch all the officials involved in the fraud, Guo Huayan's expression became more severe. He turned his head and looked at the grandfather and grandson who were kneeling on the ground. Instead of directly asking Ji Huaishan, he coldly questioned Ji Xingxuan, you heard what Daozi and Miss Yu said. You still won't tell the truth. Did you already know the question for this year's examination? That's why you were willing to exchange a treasure like the yellow frost stone for that examination paper. This official wants to ask you, which family's young miss went with you to the library to find the examination paper that day? Did she also know the question for this year's examination? Your Excellency, you're innocent. Before Ji Xingxuan could say anything, the maidservant Yun He, who was eager to protect Ji Xingxuan, suddenly cried out. She knelt on the ground and hurriedly explained, our young miss rarely goes anywhere other than to the study garden. Eternal Spring Workshop is a restaurant, how could it be a place our young miss would go to? She has never been there before, not to mention EZ's exam paper. She has never even heard of it. It is clear that Yu Shu and Dozi colluded to frame our master and young miss. Slap. It was taboo to make a fuss in court. As soon as she finished shouting, Guo Huayan's face darkened as he slammed the table. This official is asking your young miss a question. Why do I need you to answer for me? If you make any more noise, I'll slap you. Leave now. Yun He looked indignant and wanted to argue, but she heard Ji Xingxuan call her in a low voice, Yun He, shut up. Yun He bit her lip and reluctantly shut her mouth. Before she left, she did not forget to glare fiercely at Yu Shu. Yu Shu secretly rolled her eyes. Why are you glaring at me? It's not like I don't want you to speak. I can't wait for you to shout a few more sentences so that someone can slap you. Your Excellency, Ji Xingxuan took 2 steps forward and raised her head. Her pale face was full of bitterness. I scored 100 yuan in astrology during the 9th year of Zhao Qing and was selected to study at the Imperial Historian's Library. After 3 years of hard work, I'll shamelessly boast that among the students at the Imperial Historian's Library, there are only 2 who can surpass me in astrology. When it comes to the examination, how many can compare to me? Let me ask you, why would grandfather need to take the risk to steal the questions? Why would I need to cheat? Ji Xingxuan's words were ingenious. She did not directly deny cheating, but from another angle, proved that she did not need to cheat. If there was no other evidence, Guo Huayan might have believed her words. However, with solid evidence in his hands, everything she said now sounded like sophistry to him. Guo Huayan was known as the White King of Hell, so his methods were naturally not gentle. His face darkened and he took out a fire stick from the red dragon tube on the table. He coldly shouted, there are 2 testimonies, yet you still want to deny it. It seems that you are hoping to get lucky. Guards, use the 7 fingers and torture. When he finished speaking, he threw the fire stick on the ground. The officials in the hall responded. Ji Huaishan and Ji Xingxuan were both shocked. The 7 fingers were a kind of torture device made of 5 pieces of wood. 2 pieces were used in a set and were specially used on female criminals. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, so one could imagine the pain. Women who could not endure it would often confess after the fingers were caught. If they could endure it, their fingers would be crippled. Years later, they would suffer from cold weather and bone pain. They would not even be able to write. Yu Shu saw the frightened look on the father and son's faces. At first, she didn't know what kind of torture they were going to use. However, when she saw the officials take out the wooden clamps, she knew what they were going to be used for. At that moment, she really wanted to throw her head back and laugh out loud. What was this called? It was really karma. That day, one of her fingers was twisted off and she almost died from the pain. Today, she wanted to let Ji Xingxuan have a taste of this. The officials took out the torture device and went to pull Ji Xingxuan. Without any explanation, he grabbed her arm and wanted to put the clamps on. Ji Xingxuan was already in a panic. When she saw the bloodstains on the 7 fingers, she could almost smell the stench of blood. She felt her ears go numb and her face was full of fear. Her whole body trembled and she even forgot to struggle. Darren, please wait. Please don't torture me. Ji Huaishan's face was pale with fright. He struggled to crawl up from the ground and faced Guo Huaiyan. He stretched out his hands and pressed them in the air, then put his palms together and bowed, begging for mercy. However, Guo Huaiyan was unmoved. He glanced at him and coldly ordered, "Torture me." The officials were used to doing this. In the blink of an eye, they put the torture device on her 10 fingers. Without even saying a word, they forcefully pulled on her left and right. Ah! Ji Xingxuan screamed in pain. She suddenly shrank her shoulders, her face drained of blood. Tears gushed out of her eyes and her beautiful eyes lost their luster. Yushu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable when she saw how she looked like she was about to die. She turned her head away and stopped looking at her. Her right hand stroked the little finger on her left hand that was wrapped up and still couldn't feel anything. Right at this moment, Ji Huaishan suddenly flared up. He crawled 2 steps forward and pushed the officials. He stood in front of Ji Xingxuan, blocking the torture. Chapter 301. This lowly official confesses. Seeing that Ji Xingxuan was being tortured, Ji Huaishan confessed on the spot. Guo Huaiyan was not surprised and raised his hand as if he had expected it. He signaled for the officers to release Ji Xingxuan first. He then nodded to the registrar to record it down and asked, "So, you admit that you abused the law and stole the exam questions from this year's Grand Yen examination?" Ji Huaishan supported the sweating Ji Xingxuan and nodded with tears streaming down his face. He said in shame, this lowly official was muddle-headed and abused his authority to steal this year's astrology exam questions before the exam began. Yushu raised her eyebrows. Ji Huaishan's willingness to confess so readily was beyond her expectations. She thought that he would be able to hold on for a little longer and wait for the Celestial Commissioner to show him the dozens of exam questions that were identical to Ji Xingxuan's answers. Only then would he obediently confess. Yushu did not know that Ji Huaishan had already heard about the dozens of exam questions from Zhao Zhixue the night before. He knew that he had no way out and that he was forced to confess. Ji Xingxuan was scared out of her wits. She leaned against Ji Huaishan, sweating profusely. Her arms were stiff and trembling uncontrollably. Half of her soul and 7 apertures had flown away. When she heard Ji Huaishan confess, she did not react in time. Bang! Guo Huaiyan slammed the gavel and said with a cold face, "Then how did you steal this year's exam questions? Who is the accomplice? Who is the one who leaked the questions? Tell me everything and do not hide anything." Ji Huaishan hugged Ji Xingxuan, his dry lips quivering. His eyes darted around and he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Your Excellency, this lowly official knows that I have committed the taboo of favoritism and that there are indeed accomplices who stole the questions. But let me say this first. My granddaughter Xingxuan did not know that I had stolen the questions. It was I who found out where Yunhua Zizi exam papers were kept and asked her to look for them. It was also I who asked her to meet the anonymous agreement to exchange the stone for the EZ exam papers. After I succeeded, I tried my best to remind her how to answer the questions and did not let her take a look at the exam papers. This matter has nothing to do with her. It is my fault that I was blinded by greed. This child was only misled by this old thing and did not knowingly commit the crime. I beg for your excellency's judgment. After listening to his words, Yu Shu came to a sudden realization. This old thing took the initiative to confess. He intended to take all the blame on himself in order to protect Ji Xingxuan. Sensing Ji Huaishan's intention, Yu Shu sneered. She thought to herself, do you think it is that easy? Do you think everyone is a fool? Saying that Ji Xingxuan did not know anything will dispel the fact that she cheated. Who would believe that? At this time, Ji Xingxuan recovered from the pain and heard the second half of Ji Huaishan's words. Her expression changed abruptly. She raised her head and stared blankly at Ji Huaishan. She stammered, "Great-grandfather." Ji Huaishan avoided her gaze and choked, "Child, grandfather is muddle-headed. Grandfather has let you down." Not wanting Ji Xingxuan to escape, Yu Shu could not help but speak. She took a step forward and bowed to Guo Huaiyan. She said, "That day, this student handed that anonymous letter to Miss Ji. She was also the one who personally received the Yunhua EZ examination paper from Daozi. Miss Ji is extraordinarily intelligent. Even this student guessed that this was an examination question. How could she not know? This is obviously Lord Ji's excuse to absolve her of the crime of cheating." Ji Huaishan raised his head and looked coldly at the unforgiving Yu Shu. No one knew what he was thinking. Was he regretting that he did not make the first move to gain the upper hand back then? Listening to their argument, Guo Huaiyan had a rough idea of what was going on. He said, "Whether she is guilty or not, this official will judge for himself. Lord Ji, you should first confess to the process of stealing the examination questions." In fact, the Supreme Court had been investigating the Celestial Commissioner for many days but could not find any other clues. At present, they could only start with Ji Huaishan. Only then would they be able to bring the officials involved in the theft of the examination questions to justice. Therefore, Guo Huaiyan thought of using torture on Ji Xingxuan to force Ji Huaishan to submit and confess to the others. Ji Huaishan patted Ji Xingxuan's back and looked at her lovingly. After stabilizing her, he let go of her and crawled 2 steps forward. With his hair that had turned white overnight, he bowed to Ren Qiming who was sitting on his left. He actually kowtowed. This action was somewhat puzzling. Immediately after, he propped his body up and stood up. He raised his hands in a salute and lowered his head. In a trembling voice, he said, "This lowly official has failed in his duty. I have failed the Grand Supervisor and the Junior Supervisor. I have let down the court and my Lord His Majesty. I am willing to admit my guilt. However, I beg you to consider this old man's conscientious feelings over these years and a little contribution. Please do not blame my granddaughter, Xingxuan. This old man dares to use my life to guarantee that she is innocent. If there is even half a word of falsehood, she will enter the netherworld to suffer in purgatory and become a slave in her next life. I beg you, Lord Ji, to tell the Grand Secretary to fulfill this old man's love for her." Listening to this old man's words of protection and sincerity, even his enemy, Yu Shu, was slightly moved, not to mention the others. Ji Xingxuan looked at Ji Huaishan stooped back with tears in her eyes. Her eyes were red and swollen. She opened her purple lips and wept. She called out weakly like a cat, "Grandfather." Ren Qiming sat on the chair and shifted his body uncomfortably. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Lord Gua and I will investigate this case impartially. We will not wrong anyone. If Miss Ji did not cheat, we will not accuse her. What do you say, Lord Gua?" Guo Huaiyan nodded. His expression was not as stern as before. He looked at Ji Huaishan and said, "Continue to confess. This official will make a fair decision." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Huaishan suddenly twitched. His body swayed back and forth. He raised his shackled hands to cover his throat and knelt on the ground with a thud. Everyone could only see his disheveled hair and no one could see his face clearly. Seeing this, the experienced Guo Huayan's expression changed. He stood up abruptly and pointed at Ji Huaishan. He shouted at both sides, "He wants to bite his tongue. Quickly stop him." With a few swishing sounds, everyone in the room, including Shui Rui and Jing Qin, stood up with a shocked expression. Yu Shu was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, she saw two constables rush forward. One supported Ji Huaishan, while the other lifted his head to pry open his mouth. Ji Huaishan tilted to the side, his hair disheveled, revealing his face. He was facing her, allowing her to clearly see a face as purple as a cow's ghost. His eyes were like copper bells, staring straight at her. His gaze was filled with unwillingness, causing her hair to stand on end. In the next moment, she saw his mouth being pried open, and blood gushed out, revealing a large, gaping red hole. It was a horrifying sight. Lord, he swallowed his tongue to commit suicide. Seeing this scene, Ji Xingxuan's body stiffened. It was as if he was possessed and he didn't move an inch. Yu Shu's vision blurred and a shadow flashed past. When she regained her senses from the bloody mouth, she saw Jing Qin squatting in front of Ji Huaishan. With one hand, he quickly sealed a few acupuncture points on Ji Huaishan's chest and with the other, he pressed on the artery on the side of his neck. Ji Huaishan's throat seemed to be blocked. He kept coughing out blood but didn't make a sound. Shui Rui also came out from behind the table and walked forward to take a look. Guo Huayan leaned forward with the help of the table and asked anxiously, "How is it?" Jing Qin put down the hand that was pressing on Ji Huaishan's neck. He closed his eyes and shook his head. There was no hope. "Grandfather." At this moment, a heart-wrenching cry sounded in the court. Ji Xingxuan threw herself to Ji Huaishan's side like a madman. She pushed the officer away and hugged the old man with both hands. She lowered her head to look at the tragic state of his face. She felt a chill run down her spine, as if she was in an ice house. Ji Huaishan's mouth was full of blood. He let out a low, hoarse cry. He twisted his neck and looked at her. The malevolence in his eyes turned into love. He used the last bit of his strength to raise his hand, as if he wanted to touch her face. But his fingers brushed against her cheek, leaving a trail of blood. With a thud, his breath stopped. Seeing this, Jing Chen's expression changed. He clenched his fists that were hanging by his side. "Grandfather, grandfather!" Ji Xingxuan screamed. Her red and swollen palm shook Ji Huaishan. She held his blood-covered face and tried to wake the old man up. But in the blink of an eye, they were separated by life and death. He was dead and there was nothing she could do. "Your Excellency, the criminal is dead," the officer reported. Ji Xingxuan hugged Ji Huaishan's body and cried. No one tried to stop her. Everyone in the court had a heavy expression on their faces. No one thought that Ji Huaishan would suddenly seek death and end his life in such a hurry. Yu Shu stared at Ji Huaishan's dead body. She slowly bit her lips. At this point, she finally understood Ji Huaishan's intentions. He risked his life to protect Ji Xingxuan's innocence and protect her future. She would be lying if she said she wasn't touched by this kinship. She originally had no intention of killing them. Who would have thought that Ji Huaishan would lose his life because of this? This result was beyond her expectations. She couldn't feel happy at all. Instead, she felt an indescribable heaviness that made it hard for her to breathe. Woo! Ji Xingxuan's cries became hoarse. She suddenly stopped crying and struggled to support Ji Huaishan's body to the ground. She covered Ji Huaishan's widened eyes with her blood-stained palms. She lifted her swollen face and looked around. Finally, Her gaze fell on Yushu. Her eyes suddenly became fierce. She staggered to her feet and took a step forward. She raised her hand to slap Yushu's face. Shui Rui and Jing Chen were both nearby, and both of them noticed Ji Xingxuan's intentions at the same time, so they stretched out their hands to stop her. Shui Rui took the initiative to grab Ji Xingxuan's shoulder, whereas Jing Chen instead flashed over to stand in front of Yushu, causing Ji Xingxuan's slap to descend onto his chest, and it left behind a blurry bloodstain on his pure white clothes. "Let me go." Ji Xingxuan struggled against her shoulder and hit Jing Chen's chest with all her might. She cried incoherently, it's you who killed my grandfather. It's you're the murderer. Move away, move away. I want to ask her where she got her vicious heart from. Move away." Jing Chen did not try to avoid her blows. He stood there and allowed her to hit him. His clear eyes were filled with guilt as he stared at the crying woman in front of him. He said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Yushu was standing behind Jing Chen and could clearly hear his apology. Her face darkened. She was not the type to hide behind someone's back, so she walked around him and stood out. She looked at the crazed Ji Xingxuan and reached out to grab her right hand that was hitting Jing Chen. She gripped her wrist and forced her to look at herself. She said coldly, "Your grandfather only has himself to blame for his death. Instead of blaming others, why don't you blame yourself first? Your grandfather died to protect you. What does that have to do with us?" Hearing Yushu's merciless words of truth, Ji Xingxuan was stunned. Her face turned green and white. Yushu's words were like a heavy blow to her head, causing her great sorrow and agitation. Suddenly, her eyelids fluttered and she fell forward. Shui Rui's grip on Ji Xingxuan's shoulder loosened and Jing Chen reached out to catch Ji Xingxuan. He frowned and turned to look at Yushu. His face was so stern that she had never seen it before. Although he did not say anything, Yushu could see the reproach in his eyes. Yushu's chest felt like it had been punched by someone. She felt stuffy, but she didn't avoid his gaze at all. She looked at him calmly because she didn't do anything wrong. She didn't need to feel guilty. Shui Rui looked back and forth between the two of them. He seemed to be able to feel the undercurrent between them. He frowned slightly and turned to ask, "Darren, Ji Huaishan has committed suicide to escape punishment. How should we deal with him now?" At this moment, Guo Huaiyan was sighing and annoyed. He sighed because a good person had died. He was annoyed because Ji Huaishan's death meant that there was no way to continue investigating the case. He was hesitating on how to proceed when he suddenly heard the announcement outside the door, "Ning Wangye has arrived." Everyone turned to look outside and saw a group of people walking in from the distant courtyard. When they were almost at the door, they could clearly see that the one in the lead was the seventh prince, Lu Hao, who had arrived late. Guo Huaiyan and Ren Qiming looked at each other. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Shui Rui, who was standing below the hall, had a flash in his eyes. He thought, after waiting for so long, he's finally here. Greetings to Ning Wangye. Everyone in the hall paid their respects. As soon as Lu Hao entered, he first saw Ji Huaishan's corpse on the ground. He then found Ji Xingxuan, who was unconscious on Jing Chen's chest. His expression was ugly. He asked in a cold voice, "What is going on?" Hearing this tone, Guo Huaiyan frowned imperceptibly. He said, "I wonder what business Ning Wangye has come to the Supreme Court at this time." He was speaking politely. The Supreme Court was in the middle of an investigation and prohibited people from entering or leaving. Lu Hao could be considered to have barged in. Lu Hao calmly reached to the side and took a letter from a eunuch. In a loud voice, he said, "This is the purpose of the edict. Ben Wang is acting on Fu Huang's orders to investigate the matter of Daozi being harmed on his way back to the capital. Seeing the edict in his hand and hearing his words, everyone's expression changed. First, they stood to pay their respects to the emperor. Then, Lu Hao had his attendant hand the edict into Guo Huayan's hands. Seeing this scene, Yu Shu thought for a moment and understood the situation. She had seen Ji Xingxuan walk with Ning Wangya at Dingbo Hall. At that time, she could see that this Lu Hao was fond of Ji Xingxuan. Now that he had come, he must have come to save the situation. This Lu Hao was smart and capable. He knew that he could not directly interfere with this case, so he used the investigation of Jing Qin as an excuse to get involved. After Guo Huayan read it, he handed it to Ren Qiming. He raised his hand to Lu Hao and said, "Wang Yi is a step late. This criminal, Ji Huaishan, has just confessed to his crime and committed suicide to escape punishment." Displeasure appeared on Lu Hao's face. He looked at Ji Huaishan's corpse on the ground and then looked at the battered and unconscious Ji Xingxuan. He coldly said, "If that's the case, then collect the corpse first. Let this prince investigate and then judge later." What does Guadarin and Junior Supervisor Ren think? With the edict in his hand, what else could Guo Huayan and Ren Qiming say? They could only agree with him. Moreover, this scene was not suitable to continue judging. They needed to sort things out before making a decision. "Come, inform the Ji family to come and collect the corpse. This Miss Ji, this prince has questions to interrogate Miss Ji," Lu Hao interrupted Guo Huayan. He pointed at Ji Xingxuan and ordered, "Come, take her away." Just as he finished speaking, two female guards came forward and supported Ji Xingxuan from Jing Qin. They carried her on their backs and returned to Lu Hao's side. Guo Huayan saw that he was acting on his own and was slightly displeased. However, he did not stop him. Guadarin, Junior Supervisor Ren, and Daozi. Lu Hao turned his head and glanced at Shui Rui. He smiled coldly and said, "Guadarin, this prince will take his leave first." Then, he left with his entourage. Chapter 302. After Ji Huaishan pleaded guilty, he committed suicide by swallowing his tongue. Ji Xingxuan was greatly stimulated and fainted on the spot. Prince Ning, Lu Hao, arrived later and took him away. Out of the two criminals, one was dead and the other was unconscious. As a result, the trial of the case had to come to an end. Guo Huayan ordered the bailiffs to carry Ji Huaishan's corpse away and wait for the Ji family to come and collect the body. After that, he announced that the court would be dismissed. "Junior Supervisor Ren, let's go to the back to discuss the matter." Guo Huayan stood up and straightened his black gauze. He first signaled to Ren Qiming, then turned to Shui Rui, who was standing with Yu Shu and Jing Qin, and said, "Junior Supervisor Shui, please send Ozi off on my behalf." "Yes, sir." Following the departure of Guo Huayan and Ren Qiming, only a few bailiffs were left in the court that was previously full of people. "Daozi, please." Shui Rui extended his hand to lead Jing Qin out of the door, but his gaze was on Yu Shu. He saw that she was thinking about something with her head lowered, but he could sense that she was not in a good mood. Thus, he was slightly worried that she was frightened by Ji Huaishan's death. Jing Qin was lost in thought as he stared at the small pool of blood on the ground. When he heard Shui Rui calling him, he came back to his senses. He glanced at Shui Rui and then shifted his gaze to Yu Shu. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Yu Shu seemed to have finished thinking about something. She raised her head and saw that both of them were looking at her. She said expressionlessly, "What are you looking at me for? Let's go." After she finished speaking, she took the lead and walked out. She did not even look at the blood on the ground. Seeing this, Shui Rui and Jing Qin followed them out, along with the two palace guards who followed Jing Qin everywhere. When they arrived at the gate of the Supreme Court, Jing Chen's carriage was waiting on the opposite side of the street. The imperial bodyguard went forward to lead the horse. The coachman turned the carriage around and stopped in front of Jing Qin. A 14 or 15-year-old eunuch jumped out of the carriage. Originally, he wanted to welcome Jing Qin into the carriage, but as soon as he saw the bloody mark on his chest, he screamed in fright, "Ah, Dozy, what happened to you? Where did you get the blood? Where are you hurt?" Jing Chen looked down at his chest and said, "I'm fine. This is someone else's blood." The little eunuch patted his chest and sighed twice. He glared at the imperial bodyguard behind Jing Chen, as if he was complaining that they did not do their duty to protect him. He turned around and lifted the curtain of the colorful carriage. He said to Jing Chen, "You should quickly get on the carriage. You have to quickly go back and change your dirty clothes to avoid being stained with bad luck." Jing Chen turned his head to look at Yu Shu. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he heard Yu Shu said first, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. I have something to say to you." Finished speaking, she did not wait for his reply. She turned her head to Shui Rui and said, "Big brother, let me borrow your place." As soon as Shui Rui heard this, he knew that she wanted to go to Wang Jilu. He thought for a moment and said to her, "You go first. I'll go inside and sort out the files. I'll be there shortly." Then he looked at the luxuriously decorated and eye-catching carriage in the palace. He asked her, "Lao Chui is at the stable in the back. Why don't you wait for a moment? I'll have him drive the carriage to take you." "No need," Yu Shu said, "I'll sit in your carriage. It won't be convenient for you to leave later." Finished speaking, she turned around and got on the carriage in the palace. The little eunuch did not recognize Yu Shu. Seeing her openly get on his master's carriage, he was just about to reprimand her when he saw the curtain of the carriage was lifted from the inside, revealing Yu Shu's face. She said to Jing Qin, "Still not leaving?" Jing Qin hesitated for a moment and then got on the carriage. The little eunuch was perceptive. Seeing this situation, he swallowed his words. He was about to climb into the carriage, but just as he poked his head in, he heard the person inside say, "You, sit outside. Let the driver go to Horse Street first." Yu Shu waved her hand at this unknown little eunuch. Without any explanation, she pulled down the curtain of the carriage and hung it on the hook of the door frame. She sat back by the window and looked outside at Shui Rui. She said, "I'll go back first." Shui Rui stood in front of the door. His eyes followed the carriage as it was escorted away by 2 imperial bodyguards. Only then did he turn around and return to the yamen. He had to quickly take care of the matter at hand so that he could have some free time. In the carriage, after a while, Yu Shu and Jing Qin sat facing each other, separated by a peach blossom and sandalwood table. No one spoke first. At this moment, Yu Shu's heart was very uncomfortable. Because of Ji Huaishan's death, because of Ji Xingxuan's luck in escaping, and because of Jing Chen's apology to Ji Xingxuan in the court not long ago. Also, there was the reproachful look in his eyes when he looked at her. If she had to find a word to describe her current mood, it would be sullen. Extremely sullen. She had never thought of putting Ji Huaishan to death. However, Ji Huaishan had sought death. She had never thought of letting Ji Xingxuan go. However, Ji Xingxuan had successfully escaped. She had never thought that the person in front of her, who was willing to go through fire and water for her, would actually sympathize with the 2 people who had once harmed her. Jing Chen was not a difficult person to guess. He was rarely happy or angry, but it was easy to see when he was happy or angry. Although he was easygoing, he could also be stubborn. Yu Shu could tell that he was very concerned about Ji Huaishan's death. She could also understand why he would feel guilty. However, understanding did not mean that she would agree with him. "Xiaoyu, why did you apologize to Miss Ji?" The 2 of them spoke almost at the same time, but only Yu Shu finished her sentence. Jing Chen did not know how to answer Yu Shu's question. He looked at her obviously unhappy face and clenched his fists on his knees. Xiaoyu, the Celestial Master's sect never kills without reason. However, because I lied, Ji Huaishan died a horrible death today. I feel guilty. Hearing this, Yu Shu lowered her eyes. After a moment of silence, she suppressed the sullen feelings in her heart and explained, Jing Chen, you've underestimated the human heart. I'll be honest with you. Ji Huaishan asked for his death today. No one forced him to do so. He chose to commit suicide in order to protect Ji Xingxuan and the Ji clan. There must be someone else who abused his power in the grand examination, but he died just like that. There was no way to get any more information out of him. Death was the most important thing, no matter how serious the crime was, what could be pursued. Even you sympathized with them, let alone others. Those who were lucky enough to escape will remember his kindness and will most likely help him take care of his descendants. Ji Xingxuan does not have to bear the consequences of cheating. Based on her talent, she will definitely pass the Grand Yen examination. Once she becomes a Dei Master, a girl of her age will definitely be famous in the capital. When that time comes, not only will she make a comeback, but the Ji family will also not decline. At this point, she laughed mockingly and crossed her arms. Ji Huaishan did not die because he was forced to do so. Instead, he died because of his schemes. You don't have to feel guilty for him and I don't have to bear the consequences of his death. Hearing Yu Shu's words, Jing Chen's expression changed slightly. Raising his head, he met her cold and emotionless gaze. His heart skipped a beat and he closed his eyes. Recalling Ji Huaishan's tragic death, he sighed. You're right. He did not have to die. He did seek death of his own volition. However, if he had not been forced to do so, he would not have sacrificed his life to protect his descendants. Xiao Yu, they are indeed in the wrong, but they do not deserve to die. If I had known that I would cause someone to lose his life, I would not have lied in the first place. Seeing Jing Chen's helpless expression, Yu Shu smiled coldly. Hearing the seriousness and regret in his last sentence, she felt a pang of sorrow. That Ji Huaishan did not deserve to die, and that Ji Xingxuan did not deserve to die either. Did she deserve to be plotted against and have her fingers broken? That night, when she was sent home from the Celestial Commissioner's office, she heard He Fangji and Shui Rui whispering to each other. They said that even if her fingers were reattached, she would not be able to use them properly in the future. She did not want them to worry, so she pretended that she did not know anything. Every day, she would take the bitter medicine and endure the pain at night. She told everyone that she was fine, but the finger was connected to the heart. When Ji Xingxuan was pinched, she cried and screamed in pain before she even saw blood. Her little finger, on the other hand, was broken. She had to endure the excruciating pain and climb out of the hole that the grandfather and grandson dug for her. Then, she pushed them into the hole. However, they did not stand properly, and one of them fell to his death. Could they blame her for being cruel? Jing Chen only saw Ji Huaishan's tragic death and Ji Xingxuan's pitiful and helpless state. However, he did not know that forcing them to this point was her way of protecting herself. When she was beaten, she had to return the favor. She would never be soft-hearted to those who dared to provoke her, and there was no need for her to be soft-hearted. If Jing Chen thought that what she did was wrong, then she would have nothing to say. He had his principles, and she had her own stubbornness. She was a cruel person. She was like this for the past 30 years, and she would still be like this for another 30 years. Yu Shu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the depression in her heart. She shouted, "Stop the car." The carriage suddenly stopped at the corner of the street. Jing Chen's body swayed, and he opened his eyes. He saw Yu Shu waving the curtain aside and bending down to get off the carriage. "Xiao Yu." Yushu jumped off the carriage and held the curtain with one hand. She looked at him openly and said, "Jing-chin, I didn't do anything wrong." Right and wrong were the most difficult things to explain in this world. Whether it was right or wrong, one had to ask one's own conscience. There was no need for others' approval. Jing-chin looked at the serious expression in Yushu's eyes. He did not know why, but he felt a trace of alienation. He suddenly felt helpless. He opened his mouth to say something, but the curtain that was embroidered with green branches fell in front of his eyes. In a short moment, it covered the outside of the carriage. He was stunned. Only when the eunuch outside the carriage asked if he was returning to the palace did he quickly open the curtain and look outside. In front of him, there was a large road with people coming and going. Yushu's figure had already disappeared into the crowd. Yushu walked through the unfamiliar street. She did not turn her head to see if the carriage behind her was leaving or staying. She also did not think about whether Jing-chin would catch up to her. She only walked along the street, aimlessly. Just like her current mood, she was both clear and confused. She only knew that she did not want to be alone right now. Just like this, she did not know how long she walked. She faintly heard someone calling her name from behind her. She walked forward a dozen steps before she reacted. She turned her head and looked at the middle of the street with sparse pedestrians. A person on a horse hurriedly caught up to her and stopped beside her. The person on the horse lowered his head to look at her and let out a sigh of relief. The thin layer of sweat on his forehead shined under the midday sun. Together with that mischievous smile, he said, "I called you several times and you didn't hear me. Do you have a problem with your ears? You made me chase you half a street." Chapter 303. It's still the first lunar month. The sunlight at noon is not hot, but it makes people feel warm all over. Shui Rui held the reins of the horse and accompanied Yushu to walk along a street lined with shops and merchants towards the Forgotten Opportunity building. "Brother, why did you come out on a horse? Isn't Lao Chui driving?" "I have something else to ask him to do, so I rode by myself." Shui Rui casually found an excuse, but in reality, he had seen Yushu and Jing-chin leave the Supreme Court an hour ago. He could not be at ease, so he hurriedly went in to tidy up the case file and passed it to his colleague before rushing back on his horse. Unexpectedly, he didn't meet the carriage from the palace on the way back. Instead, he saw Yushu's lonely figure in the crowd in front of him on a street on the way back. Seeing that something was wrong, he didn't rush to catch up with her. Instead, he followed her for 2 streets until he found that she was walking aimlessly. Then he caught up with her to call her. Yushu said she wanted to drink. Shui Rui readily agreed. He didn't ask her where Jing-chin was or why she suddenly wanted to drink. He was a smart person. Although Yushu didn't show any unhappiness on her face, he could still guess that she had separated from Jing-chin on the way back. In fact, Shui Rui probably knew the reason. It was nothing more than the tragic death of Ji Huaishan, which made them have differences. Shui Rui wasn't surprised by this, as he discerned since long ago that the Daoist with a pure disposition and the cunning Yushu were utterly not the same kind of people. One was an unworldly immortal that had received deep enlightenment in the Dao sect, and the other was a fierce woman that struggled in the streets and was competitive. These two people had vastly different views towards right and wrong. It was fine if one party was able to accommodate the other, but if both of them were similarly stubborn in their own opinions, it could be imagined that there would be a dispute sooner or later. Shui Rui had known Yushu for a long time. Based on his understanding of her, he was sure that she wouldn't change her mind about dealing with the Ji family because of anyone, not even that person. Even the person she once told him that she liked couldn't make her waver in this right and wrong, as long as she felt it was right. She would continue to persevere. She would not give up until she reached the Yellow River. She would not shed tears until she saw the coffin. And this point. This was exactly what Shui Rui admired most about Yu Shu. One of them. Yu Shu did not know that Shui Rui had guessed the conflict between her and Jing Qin. Whenever she was in a bad mood, she always wanted to find something to talk to distract her. Do you still have the 10-year-old Huadiao wine we drank during the Lantern Festival? Right now, she really wanted to get drunk and not think about anything. She wanted to have a good sleep and wait for her to wake up. Then she would think about other problems. Shui Rui said, yes, but the wine was too intoxicating. When we go back, I will ask old Lin to go to the wine cellar to find a jar of osmanthus wine for us to drink. He mentioned the wine. Yu Shu turned her head to look at him. Suddenly, she remembered that he took advantage of her when he was drunk a few days ago. She whispered, the Huadiao wine is intoxicating, but it's not as strong as the Golden Spring. Hearing her words, Shui Rui couldn't help but feel lucky. That day, he pretended to be drunk to get close to her and drank the Golden Spring. Fortunately, the Golden Spring was famous for its strong after-effects. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Between these two people, one pretended to be confused, and the other pretended to be confused. Unexpectedly, neither of them mentioned what happened that day. As they talked, time passed. Because they took a detour back, they didn't go through the back door. When they passed the front door of Wangji Tower, they were seen by Gue Qi, who was standing in front of the door to welcome the guests. He hurried to help Shui Rui hold the horse. Yu Shu and Shui Rui walked in together. It was just past lunchtime, and there were not many guests downstairs. No one recognized them. Lin Fu, who was beside the counter, saw them. He quickly put down the silver plate and came out to follow them. Young master, young lady. Generally, guests were not allowed to enter the backyard. Even if there were guests, they would stay in the elegant room. Therefore, it was a bit deserted at noon. Downstairs, Shui Rui asked Yu Shu, do you want to go to your room or my room? After asking, he felt that this sentence was not appropriate. It seemed to be caressing, so he quickly added, let's go upstairs. I slept here a few nights ago to read official documents. The room is a bit messy. Okay. Yu Shu didn't have any objections. The arrangement of the elegant room was originally for people to gather and drink. It wasn't a girl's boudoir, so there was nothing that couldn't be entered. Therefore, she went upstairs with Shui Rui. Yu Shu always carried the key to the door here with her. Some of her valuable items were stored in Wangji Tower, including the mathematical formulas and calculation books that she sorted out a while ago. Therefore, she didn't forget to lock the door when she went in and out. This little habit was only discovered by Shui Rui today. He saw her take out a key with a rope tied around her neck and lower her head to open the door. Her behavior was slightly childish. He couldn't help but laugh and said, I haven't seen anyone wear a key around their neck. Isn't it heavy? This is what you don't understand. Yu Shu took off the key, straightened her back, and led him into the room. Only then did she close the door. She turned her head and shook the rope around her neck. She smiled and said to him, I stored a lot of valuable items in this room, so this key is very valuable. And I have always liked to hang valuable items around my neck. Shui Rui asked, why? Yu Shu stuffed the key back into her clothes and said casually, tell me, is there anything more important than the head on a person's body? Shui Rui thought about it and smiled in understanding. He said, you're right. The head couldn't be lost, so the things that could be hung on the head naturally couldn't be lost. The two of them sat at the table and chatted for a while. Then, Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing brought over the warmed wine pot and a few dishes to go with the wine. They placed the dishes on the table beautifully in delicate bowls and plates. The two little servant girls stood at the side and served the dishes. Yushu took the initiative to lift the wine pot and filled both her and Shui Rui's cups. The green porcelain wine cups were small, and the rim of the cup was only the size of a circle formed by the thumb and index finger. The edge of the cup was suffused with a layer of golden color, and it was as sticky as honey, making one's appetite aroused. "Come, eldest brother, let me toast you first." Yushu held the cup and was about to touch her cup with Shui Rui, but he nimbly avoided her. "Let me make this clear first." Shui Rui raised his wine cup and stretched out a finger in front of her as he made a promise with her. "No matter what you're unhappy about, after you finish drinking this wine today, it's over. When tomorrow comes, you're absolutely not allowed to drown your sorrows in wine because of the same matter. If you agree to this, then I'll accompany you to drink to my heart's content today. If you don't agree to this, then put down your cup right now. Don't wait until I bump into you in the future." Chapter 304. Yushu's alcohol tolerance wasn't bad, but the fragrance of this osmanthus wine was too intoxicating. After a pot, she felt a bit dizzy, so she propped up her cheek with one hand and held a cup with the other in front of Shui Rui, allowing him to continue pouring wine for her. At the same time, she rambled on about some unimportant things to him. "His Majesty bestowed a golden plaque on my godfather, you don't know how happy he was. The first thing he did every morning was to go next door to look at that plaque, and the last thing he did before he went to sleep at night was still to look at that plaque. He would wipe it 3 to 4 times a day, and at night, he would even say, 'Thank you, His Majesty, for your kindness' in his sleep, causing my godmother to be very unhappy. Although she didn't say anything, from the looks of it, in another 2 days, my godfather would definitely be forced to sleep with that golden plaque." Shui Rui laughed out loud, filled her cup, put down the wine pot and said, "Have you discussed the date to hang the plaque? I will send someone to send a congratulatory gift." Yushu brought the wine cup to her mouth, waved her hand at him, took a small sip and said, "This month, there are only a few days left. I have checked, there is no suitable date to hang the red head. Well, I have to wait until February." Burp. After she finished speaking, she burped. She felt that she could not drink to her heart's content, so she took the wine pot and filled 3 glasses one by one. She clinked her glass with Shui Rui first, then she held a glass in each hand and clinked her own glass with hers. She was even humming, "After this glass, I'll have another glass. After this glass, I'll have 3 more." Shui Rui watched her compete with the wine and didn't dissuade her. He accompanied her, but when she drank 3 cups, he only drank 1 cup. Occasionally, he would put a side dish on the plate in front of her with his chopsticks. When Yushu saw the dishes on the plate, she would stop to eat a mouthful of wine, and then chat with him about some trivial things because her words were vulgar and funny. Shui Rui couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He had thought that she would complain to him after drinking, but who would have thought that she would be so carefree? He had not even used any of the words of comfort he had prepared to comfort her. On the contrary, he was amused by her. "I used to set up a fortune-telling stall in Autumn Osmanthus Lane. You know about it, right? I still remember when I first opened my stall. There are people on the streets collecting rent. Oh, it's the Evergreen gang that you and your men wiped out because they gathered to gamble. The ruffians asked me for rent. Luckily, I didn't bring any money that day, so they smashed my stall. I was so angry that I wanted to rush forward and punch them. Then did you rush up?" Yushu rolled her eyes. "Of course not. Do you think I'm stupid? It's not like I can beat them. If I charge forward, I'll just be beaten up for nothing. If it were you, you would have to face 3 or 4 hooligans by yourself. Why don't you try? Hurry up and run." Shui Rui paused the wine glass that was about to his mouth. He couldn't help but correct her. "Shoo. I'm not that useless. I can handle a few people." Although he was not a martial arts master, But he had a master who practiced martial arts since he was young. He wouldn't run away in fear when he saw a few hooligans. Yushu pouted and said, "You're not afraid of 3 or 4. What if it's a group?" Shuai coughed and said, "You forgot that I know martial arts." "So what if you know martial arts? If there are enough ants, they can crush an elephant. You're not the third prince with 3 heads and 6 arms. If there are more people, you'll still have to run." Yushu drank the wine and insisted on going against him. Shuai secretly told himself that this girl was drunk and he shouldn't bother with her. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask, "Who is the third prince?" Yushu waved her hand and said, "It's Neza." Shuai didn't hear it clearly. What? What? Neza is Neza. What and what? Yushu was tongue-tied. She put the wine glass under her chin. She was drunk at the moment, but she wasn't confused. She vaguely remembered that the Han dynasty didn't exist in history. It must be because the Journey to the West hadn't been published yet, so Neza wasn't famous yet. So she said to him with great interest, "This Neza is a heavenly general in the heavenly palace. Because his father is a heavenly king, and he is the 3rd child in his family, people call him the 3rd prince. He has a unique skill that can evolve 3 heads and 6 arms. It's very powerful. Unfortunately, he can't beat a monkey." Shuai nodded. Originally, he was just asking, but after listening to her talk, he became interested. "What monkey is it? So powerful?" Yushu laughed and put down the wine glass. She clasped her hands under her chin, squinted her eyes, and slowly said to him, "In the past, there was a place called Mount Huagua. There was a stone monkey there. He cultivated to the point of being able to speak human language and understand human nature. In order to seek immortality, this monkey traveled through mountains and rivers to learn magic from a Taoist ancestor and achieve the ability of ghosts and gods. The gods in heaven were very afraid of him, so they tried to recruit this ruffian monkey. Who knew that it would cause a natural disaster? The group of gods tricked him to work in the heavenly palace, but they only arranged a job to raise horses to deal with him. They secretly laughed at him, saying that this monkey had the ability to reach the heavens, but he was looked down upon and fooled by a group of gods. Later, he was discovered by the monkey, and in a rage, he caused havoc in the heavenly palace, smashed the Lingxiao palace, and then, as soon as Shuai heard the interesting part, he suddenly saw her closing her eyes, and then there was no sound. The room was quiet. He thought that she was thinking about the next part of the story, but after waiting for a while, he didn't hear her say anything. He tried to call her softly, "Shu." "Yes." Yushu's eyelids moved, and she responded lazily, but she didn't open her eyes. Shuai saw that she was not asleep, and then looked at the empty bottles of wine on the table. He knew that she had drunk a lot. When he felt that it was enough, he asked her, "Do you still want to drink?" "No, it's enough." Yushu covered her face with both hands and wiped it. When she was a little sober, she stood up with the help of the table. Her body swayed a little, and she barely stood up. She said to Shuai in a muffled voice, "I'm going upstairs to sleep." Looking at her red face, Shuai could see that she was in a better mood than before she drank, so he stood up and said, "Okay, I'll send you up." As he said that, he called the maidservant waiting outside the door to come in and help the unsteady Yushu up the stairs. He followed behind and only stopped when she reached the door of the room. He looked at her frail back and suddenly called her, "Shu." "Yes." Yushu put her left and right hands on Xiaoqing and Xiaodia's shoulders. She turned her head in a daze and saw Shuai standing at the door full of sunlight with one hand on the door frame. He grinned at her, revealing a row of white teeth. "You look like that monkey." Yushu blinked. It was unknown if she didn't understand what he said, but the corner of her mouth moved. She turned around and dragged the two maidservants into the bedroom. He lay on his back on the soft bed. Leaving the maidservants to take off her shoes and cover her with the quilt, Yushu breathed out comfortably and closed her eyes. After a long time, she softly muttered, "That monkey is much fiercer than me." Shui Rui stood in the corridor on the second floor, leaning on the railing and looking at the small pond in the courtyard downstairs. He heard the door close behind him and turned his head. He asked the maidservant who came out with a tea tray, "Is she asleep?" "The girl is asleep. Young master, this servant will go to the kitchen to serve the hangover soup." Shui Rui looked at the door and said, "No need, let her sleep. The osmanthus wine today is made by the palace. It is intoxicating but not harmful. When she wakes up, make a pot of tea for her." "Yes." Shui Rui ordered the maidservant and went downstairs. When he reached the stairs, he saw Lin Fu holding the corner of his robe and walking up. "Young master. What's the matter?" Lin Fu hesitated and said, It's the young master who came with Miss Lianfang that day. He said he was looking for a girl, but I stopped him." Shui Rui knew who he was talking about. He frowned and asked, "Where is he?" "He's upstairs, in the wind private room." Shui Rui nodded and went forward alone. Yushu drank for almost an hour. It was already afternoon. There were not many guests in the front building. They didn't eat much. They were all here to drink good wine. Shui Rui went up to the second floor and walked to the door of the wind private room. He saw that the door was half open, revealing half of the jade mountain screen. He didn't knock on the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Jing Chen sitting alone at the table. There was a brewed teapot on the table, but the cups were all untouched. As for the two guards who always followed him, they were nowhere to be seen. He didn't know if their master had gotten rid of them or if they had gone somewhere else. As soon as Jing Chen saw Shui Rui enter, he stood up and looked behind him. However, Yushu was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Xiaoyu?" he asked. "Isn't she here with you?" Shui Rui didn't answer him, and he instead walked over to sit opposite him before pouring a cup of tea for himself, and then he said unhurriedly, "What does her whereabouts have to do with you?" The sarcasm in his words was obvious. Jing Chen could hear it. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer. He could only ask again, "I want to see her." "Is she here?" "Why do you want to see her?" Shui Rui looked up at him with the teacup in his hand. "I have something to say to her," Jing Chen said. "What do you want to say to her?" Jing Chen pursed his lips and said, "This is between me and Xiaoyu. It's not convenient for me to tell you." "It's fine if it's not convenient for you to tell me. Anyway, it's not convenient for Shu to see you now," Shui Rui said. Hearing this, Jing Chen frowned. "Why is it not convenient for her to see me?" Shui Rui smiled. "This is between me and her. It's not convenient for me to tell you." Jing Chen looked at Shui Rui before turning around to leave. He did not want to waste any more time with him. "It's useless even if you go to the back now," Shui Rui said. Jing Chen successfully stopped in front of the door. He turned around to look at Shui Rui. Although there was no expression on his face, it was obvious that if Shui Rui continued to tease him, he would definitely go to the back to look for Shu. Shui Rui stopped joking and said in a serious tone, "Shu is drunk and sleeping in her room. Don't disturb her. If you have anything to say, wait until tomorrow." "She's drunk." Jing Chen's expression changed. Shui Rui nodded and pretended not to know anything. "When you left the Supreme Court at noon, I went back to look for you after I finished my work. On the way, I saw her walking to the west of the city alone, so I brought her back. She seemed to be in a bad mood and drank a lot. I was about to ask you what happened to her. Didn't you leave together? Why did she come back alone?" Jing Chen looked aside and remained silent for a while. "I'll look for her tomorrow," he said to Shui Rui. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left, and this caused Shui Rui, who originally thought that Jing Chen would stay here and wait for Yu Shu to sober up, to be slightly surprised. But it was exactly what he wanted, because if Jing Chen really wanted to stay, then he would have to think of a way to drive Jing Chen out. Chapter 305. Yu Shu was so drunk that she didn't wake up until the evening. Other than feeling weak all over, she didn't feel any other discomfort. The bedroom was dark. Yu Shu slowly sat up from the bed. Seeing that there was light in the room outside, she didn't call for anyone to come in. She just leaned against the bed and sat quietly for a while. The suffocation in her heart during the day was vented along with the alcohol. She felt much better now. At least she could calmly think about the next thing. Ji Huaishan was dead. Ning Wang wanted to protect Ji Xingxuan, so the theft case couldn't be retried anymore. At this time, the Ji family must have seen Ji Huaishan's body. In their grief and anger, they would probably vent their anger on Aunt Shui. This was the only thing Yu Shu was worried about. She had to quickly think of a way to get Aunt Shui out of the Ji family. Otherwise, if it was too late, she didn't know what that family would do. Alas, Ji Huaishan's death was a brilliant one. He left her with nothing but trouble. "Who's outside, Shaoqing?" Yu Shu called the people outside. Shaoqing and Xiao Dai were there. They hurried into the room. One went to turn on the light, and the other went to pour tea. Yu Shu heard that Shui Rui was resting downstairs and hadn't left yet. After washing up, she went downstairs to find him. This time, she learned to be good. Even if she saw Shui Rui's room was lit, she didn't go in rashly. She knocked on the door and asked. When there was a response, she pushed the door open and went in. Shui Rui had just woken up. He was covered with a thin blanket and was sitting on the soft couch drinking tea. Seeing her come in, he looked at her up and down and smiled. "You're sober. Do you still feel uncomfortable?" Yu Shu shook her head and sat on the round pine stool opposite his soft couch. She said to him, "This osmanthus wine is milder and sweeter than the huadia wine I drank last time. I like it. Is there more in the wine cellar? I'll take a jar back and drink it on my godmother's birthday next month. Just tell old Lin later." Shui Rui put down the teacup and asked her, "Are you hungry? Eat here, or should I send you back?" Yu Shu turned her head to look at the stone glass next to the flowers shelf. It was about the time when she said, "Let's eat here." Before she left in the morning, she told Zhao Hui that she might be back late and told them not to wait for her to have dinner. She didn't eat much at noon. Now that she had just woken up, she was a little hungry. "Okay." Shui Rui lifted the thin blanket on his legs and put his legs down. He stepped on the footstool in his white socks and called the person who was waiting outside to go to the kitchen to serve the dishes. The dishes were already made. 4 dishes and 1 soup were served. Yu Shu's stomach was growling. She picked up the bowl and chopsticks and ate 2 mouthfuls of white rice. The rice in Wangji building was carefully irrigated from the fields in the north of Zhao City. It was steamed into hot rice. Each grain was well proportioned and plump with a faint fragrance. Compared with ordinary white rice, it had a more crisp texture. Even if it was not accompanied by other dishes, it could still fill up half a bowl. Shui Rui saw that she had a good appetite, so he didn't mention anything else during the meal in case she choked. "I'm full." Yu Shu put down the bowl of soup and took the hot towel from Shaoqing to wipe her mouth. She saw that Shui Rui also put down the bowl and chopsticks and rinsed his mouth with tea. She said to him, "Will you send me back?" Shui Rui nodded, wiped his fingers with the handkerchief, and stood up. "I'll go now. I'll send you back." I'll go to the Supreme Court again. So, the two of them got on the carriage from the back door and left without drinking tea. Sitting in the carriage, Shui Rui told Yu Shu about Jing Chen's visit in the afternoon. He didn't hide it and told her everything. Young Master Jing came to Wangji Building to see you in the afternoon. I told him that you were drunk and resting in your room, so he went back first. He said that he would see you tomorrow and asked me to tell him. Although Shui Rui didn't like that Yu Shu and Jing Chen were too close, he wouldn't deliberately drive a wedge between them. Moreover, there was no need for him to drive a wedge between them now. There was already a problem between the two of them. He didn't need to interfere too much. He just needed to wait patiently for Yu Shu to understand that the person she liked was actually not what she wanted and was even more unsuitable to entrust her life to. I see. When Yu Shu heard that Jing Chen came to see her, she didn't have much reaction. She was now having a headache about the Ji family. She didn't have extra time to think about how to deal with the relationship between her and Jing Chen. Love was too troublesome. She didn't want to worry too much. If she couldn't figure it out, she would put it aside first and think about it when she calmed down. By the way, Shui Rui suddenly frowned and asked her, "Isn't your mother still living in the right magistrate's mansion?" Now that Ji Huaishan committed suicide, the Ji family will definitely blame it on you. They can't find trouble with you, but they may make things difficult for your mother. What will you do? Because Shui Rui knew Yu Shu in Yang City, he heard some family affairs from Yu Xiaoxiu. He said that Yu Shu's birth mother had been harsh to her since she was a child. Even when she was beaten and driven out of the house, she didn't come to visit her once. It was enough to show that they were not close to each other. But after all, her birth mother was her birth mother. How could she let it go? Yu Shu thought for a moment and said, "I have a plan for this matter. You don't have to worry about it." Seeing that she wanted to take care of everything herself and refused to ask for help, although Shui Rui was helpless, it was really not good for him to intervene. He could only warn her, "If you encounter trouble, you can come to me to discuss it. Don't act impulsively. This is for sure." This time, Yu Shu didn't make any excuses. As the saying goes, when you have too many debts, you don't need to worry. She owed Shui Rui countless favors. In the past, she didn't want to trouble him because she didn't want to have too much of a relationship with him. But now that she had recognized him as her older brother, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. If one day, Shui Rui encountered any trouble, she would definitely rush to the front and do her best to help him. This was no longer a debt of gratitude, but a true friendship. After saying all this, Shui Rui then started to talk about business. With Ji Huaishan's death, this theft case obviously can't continue. When I go back tonight, I will organize the statements. Tomorrow, Guadarin will definitely report to His Majesty. As for how this case will be decided, it will be up to His Majesty. No matter what, if I get any news, I will be the first to tell you. Yu Shu said, "From what I see, the Ji family is safe this time. After Ji Huaishan's death, their family won't have to bear any great crimes." As for Ji Xingxuan, Ning Wang seems to have intentions of protecting her. He also took over the investigation of Jing Chen's assassination. I don't know what he is after. Did Ji you and Ning Wang were good friends in the past, can you see anything? Shui Rui looked at the puzzlement on her face. His fingers clasped together on his knees. After thinking for a moment, he slowly opened, "I can't say anything else to you. You only need to know that Ning Wang's involvement in this case isn't just because of one Ji Xingxuan. Yu Shu was an understanding person." Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, she guessed that it most likely had something to do with the struggle for power and position. She didn't question him further. Like this, they arrived at the door of Zhao Hui's house. Shui Rui still had matters to attend to and didn't plan on going in. Yu Shu got off the carriage. She stuck her head out of the carriage door to talk to Shui Rui. "Did Ji, I'm going back, she paused and smiled sincerely. "Thank you for drinking with me today." Shui Rui said, "It's nothing. Didn't you drink with me last time?" Shui Rui still remembered, on the day of the trial of Xia Jiangying's murder, he had dragged Yu Shu to drink with him to drown his sorrows. Yu Shu didn't really remember that part. She asked suspiciously, "Really, when?" Shui Rui shook his head. He didn't plan on explaining and waved his hand to let her go. Yu Shu turned to go up the steps. She heard him call her from behind. Turning her head, she saw him leaning against the window, a teasing expression on his handsome face. "Next time, tell me the story of that monkey. It's rare to see a monkey with the same temper as you. I'm very curious." Yu Shu's mouth twitched. She waved a hand at him. "That story is a long one. Tell it when there's time." Chapter 306. When Yu Shu got home, she didn't go to Zhao Hui's room to greet her. Instead, she went back to her room to change her clothes so that Zhao Hui wouldn't be worried if she smelled the alcohol on her. Yu Xiaoxiu was doing his homework in his room. When he heard the noise next door, he put down his pen and went out to Yu Shu's room. "Sister, you're back." "Yeah. Come in." Yu Shu fastened her belt and came out in her soft shoes to open the door for Yu Xiaoxiu. Yu Xiaoxiu knew that Yu Shu went to the Supreme Court to listen to the trial today. When he entered the room, he asked her anxiously, "How was it? Did the trial finish? What was the verdict?" Yu Shu closed the door and pulled him to the wall. She whispered to him, "The Ji family's old master committed suicide to escape punishment." Ah! Yu Xiaoxiu was stunned. He didn't think that the high and mighty old master of the Ji family would die just like that. "Don't tell godfather and godmother about this." Yu Shu patted his shoulder. "I'll find a way to get mother out of the Ji mansion as soon as possible." After reminding Yu Xiaoxiu, Yu Shu didn't care what he thought. She pushed him back to his room to read. She went to Zhao Hui's room and sat for a while before going back to her room to rest. It was a quiet night. The next morning, after the family ate breakfast, Yu Shu went out with Yu Xiaoxiu, who was going to school. "Sister, where are you going?" Yu Xiaoxiu didn't believe that Yu Shu was like what she said to Zhao Hui at the dinner table. She was going to look at feng shui for someone. Yu Shu said, "I'm going to the Ji family to ask around and see how mother is doing there." When Yu Xiaoxiu heard this, he hurriedly said, "Then I'll go with you." Yu Shu patted his head and said, "Where are you going? Focus on your lessons." Yu Xiaoxiu said anxiously, "How can you go alone? They must be mad at you right now. If they see you, they'll definitely arrest you." Yu Shu thought that the Ji family wasn't just annoyed with her. They probably wanted to skin her alive and break her bones. "It's okay. No matter how angry they are with me, they won't dare to do anything to me. Go to the academy obediently. I'll talk to you when you come back in the afternoon." Yu Shu is afraid that Yu Xiaoxiu will not listen to her and secretly follow her. Thus, she sent him to the 100 Rivers Library and watched him enter, turning his head back twice with every step, before leaving. Yu Shu didn't turn in any other direction, and walked straight to the right magistrate's manor. Half an hour later, Yu Shu came to the street in front of the Ji mansion and saw the white cloth hanging in front of the gate from a distance. When he got closer, he saw that the tall door was lit with a white lamp, and the plaque on the door was draped with a layer of black muslin. The corners were not even. The decorations were a little hasty. Unlike the previous days when the door was locked, both doors were open. It was probably because Ji Huaishan died outside, and the door couldn't be closed for the first 7 days, in case the soul couldn't come back and wandered outside. There were only 2 servants in mourning clothes guarding the door. There were no visitors. Maybe the news of Ji Huaishan's death hadn't spread. Or maybe his relatives and friends were afraid to visit. Yushu paused for a moment outside the door, and then walked forward. When she reached the door, she was stopped by the servants. "This Mrs. Yushu wore a full set of clothes, long trousers, and short boots. She didn't wear any hairpin or jewelry, and only used a plain silver buckle to tie up her hair. The servants of the Ji mansion almost mistook her for a man. Yushu lived in the Ji family a while ago, but there were many servants in the right magistrate's mansion. Not all of them had seen her. Today, the two guards didn't know who she was. In order to enter the door, Yushu acted according to the situation. She immediately put on a worried face and said, "I am your fourth Miss classmate in the LoveLore Library. I heard that there was an accident in her family, so I came to visit. I don't know what happened. Why did you hang up a funeral? Which one passed away?" The two servants didn't know that she was talking nonsense. They just thought that she was Ji Xingxuan's friend, so they told her with a sad face, "Our great master passed away." "Ah, this." Yushu pretended to be surprised and speechless. Then what about your miss? Yushu saw Lu Hao take Ji Xingxuan away yesterday. She didn't know if he sent her back. The servant said, "Miss is kneeling in the morning hall. I will take you there." "Miss, this way please." Yushu didn't plan to go to the morning hall of Ji Huaishan, so she hesitated and said, "This." "Thank you, little brother. My mother is sick. It's not convenient for me to mourn. Can you help me ask your miss to let me see her alone?" The two servants didn't think too much about it. It was rare for a guest to visit. They didn't dare to neglect her. They nodded and took Yushu in. Ji Huaishan died yesterday. The Ji mansion was in a mess. The affairs of the family were not strict. There was no order for the time being. Therefore, the guards didn't know the rules. They didn't know how to accept the invitation when they saw a guest. They didn't ask for the guest's name before letting her in. Yushu smoothly entered the Ji mansion. On the way, she saw the servants in the mansion were in a hurry. They were holding things for the memorial in their hands and looked flustered. The servant of the Ji mansion took her to a tea room on the west side. He remembered to ask for her name. "Miss, please wait here. I will go and inform them. May I know your surname?" "My surname is Zhou." Yushu made up a surname. She watched the servant leave, leaving her alone. Yushu turned around and left the tea room. She looked for the way and avoided the servants. She walked to the backyard. The Ji family must have gone to the front yard to keep vigil. There was no one in the backyard. Yushu didn't get recognized along the way. She found her way to the small courtyard where Aunt Chui lived. This was the only advantage of living in the Ji family. At least she knew the way to the mansion. The door of the courtyard was unlatched. Yushu gently pushed the door and it opened. She looked in through the gap of the door. Seeing no one, she walked in. The women living in this small courtyard were the concubines of the third master of the Ji family, Ji Haotani. Aunt Chui's room was in the corner. Yushu followed the corridor to the door. She saw the door was not closed. It was slightly open. She didn't knock on the door and went in. There was no one in the outer hall. The room was cold and deserted. Yushu didn't say anything. She quietly walked to the door of Aunt Chui's bedroom. She gently pushed the door open. As soon as she went in, she walked around the screen and saw a figure curled up on the bed with her back facing the door. Yushu thought it was Aunt Chui. She was bewildered. She wanted to ask why she was lying here and sleeping at this time. She hadn't been tied up and thrown into the woodshed. Who would have thought that when he went up to take a look, he would see that the person sleeping soundly on the bed was none other than concubine Chui's maidservant, Xiang Sui. He did not know where concubine Chui went. Sui, wake up. Yu Shu directly patted the maidservant's shoulder and woke her up. The maidservant was in a daze. When she heard someone calling her, she quivered and rolled up from the bed. She squinted her eyes and saw that the person who came was Yu Shu. She was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. She stuttered, "Goo, Mississippi." Yu Shu asked her, "Why are you sleeping here? Where's my mother, where is she?" At the mention of Aunt Chui, Xiang Sui suddenly woke up. Her mouth flattened and tears fell down. She told Yu Shu while crying, yesterday afternoon, third master came. He slapped Aunt twice when he entered the door and scolded Miss and Aunt. He said that Miss is a scourge. Great master is dead. Sob. Third master ordered people to tie Aunt up and lock her in the woodshed. This servant is very scared and doesn't dare to leave the room. I've been starving since yesterday. I don't even have water to drink. Sob. Yu Shu frowned and thought for a moment. She lowered her head and saw that the maidservant was still wiping her tears. She reached out and pinched her shoulder. She asked in a low voice, "Don't cry. Let me ask you, do you know where my mother is locked up?" Xiang Sui nodded and stuttered, I know. It's in the woodshed behind the main kitchen. Yu Shu nodded. She touched her chin and pondered for a moment. Then, she sat next to Xiang Sui and asked her seriously, "Sui, let me tell you. Ji family's great master committed a crime and committed suicide by biting his tongue in the court. The right magistrate's mansion is going to be gone soon. It won't be long before all of you have to move out. Third master has always hated me. What he did to my mother is a light punishment. If you're lucky, you'll find a good family. If you're unlucky, you'll be sold to a brothel. Don't even think about climbing out of the fire pit in this life. I have a way to save you now. It's up to you whether you listen to me or not." Xiang Sui shivered when she heard her words halfway. She was so scared that her face turned pale. When she heard that there was a way to save her, she hurriedly grabbed her sleeve and begged, "Miss, please save this servant." Yu Shu's eyes flashed. She held her hand and comforted her softly, "Don't be afraid. Listen to me. Whatever I tell you to do, you'll do it. I guarantee that you'll be saved. Later on, you'll still be able to serve my mother. You'll live and eat well with me. It'll be much more comfortable than staying here." After listening to Yu Shu's coaxing and scaring, Xiang Sui nodded her head again and again. She was very obedient. How could she not listen to her? Chapter 307. Yu Shu came to the Ji mansion today to find out about Aunt Chui's situation and find a way to get her out. However, seeing that the Ji family was in chaos because of Ji Huaishan's death, and no one was in charge of the mansion, she felt that she couldn't miss this opportunity. She didn't need to wait for tomorrow or the day after. She could take advantage of this time to steal Aunt Chui out. There was no time to lose. When Ji Xingxuan went to the Ji mansion and listened to the servant's description, with her intelligence, she might guess that it was her who came. If she didn't get Aunt Chui out today, it would be more difficult in the future. With Xiang Sui leading the way, Yu Shu quickly found the place where Aunt Chui was locked up. This was a remote courtyard in the west courtyard. There were 2 or 3 rooms neatly lined up. The front was the kitchen, and the back was where livestock and firewood were kept. It was morning, and it was past breakfast time. There was no one in the kitchen. Yu Shu and Xiang Sui stuck close to the tree and went around to the back of the house without being discovered. A laborer was stacking firewood in the backyard. There were 2 doors behind him, one open and the other closed. There was a copper lock on the closed door. It was obvious that concubine Chui was locked inside. She must not have expected that someone would dare to steal her, so there was not even a guard. Yu Shu looked around and bent down in the grass. She whispered in Xiang Sui's ear, "You go there and lead this worker away. Tell him that there are few people carrying things in front, and the housekeeper called someone to help. Lure him away. You think of a way to the back door in the west corner. I saved your Inyang, and I will wait for you there." Because Yu Shu had prepared this maidservant in advance, Xiang Sui only hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Miss, you won't abandon this servant, right?" Yu Shu slapped her head and scolded in a low voice, "If I abandon you, I will be reincarnated as a tortoise in my next life. All right, go quickly." Perhaps Yu Shu's promise worked. Keiho gritted her teeth and handed the small bag in her hand to Yu Shu. He walked out from behind the tree and pretended to come from the front yard. He called out to the woodcutter with a bluff and bit his tongue when he lied. Only then did he manage to trick her away. As soon as they disappeared, Yu Shu stood up from the bushes. He trotted to the tightly shut woodshed, pulled the lock on the door, and pressed his ear against the door to listen inside. He did not call out to Aunt Chui. Firstly, there were still people in the kitchen in front. Secondly, Aunt Chui was not reliable. If she got excited when she heard her voice, she would not make a fuss and attract people. Yu Shu was sure that there was someone inside. She stepped back and picked up the axe that the worker had used to chop firewood. She hung the bag on her elbow. She returned to the front and inserted the axe between the lock and the door knocker. After a few forceful prying, the lock loosened and he pulled it down. Yu Shu caught the lock with one hand and did not let it fall to the ground with a loud sound. She gently placed the axe on the ground and Yu Shu pushed the door open. She looked around and effortlessly found a woman with disheveled hair curled up at the foot of the wall. Yu Shu closed the door behind her and strode forward. She squatted in front of Aunt Chui and reached out to shake her shoulder. She whispered, "Mother, mother." Aunt Chui was sleeping in a fog, having a nightmare. She suddenly heard someone calling her. She opened her eyes and saw a figure in front of her. Her face was a little dazed as she asked, You're also locked in here." Yu Shu saw that the woman's dirty face had a few purple finger marks on it. There was even a dried blood scab under her nose. Even if she could not stand the sight of her, she could not help but get angry. She scolded Ji Hyotani, who loved to hit women. She reached out to untie her and whispered, "Mother, I'm here to bring you out. You can't stay in the Ji family anymore. You have to come with me." Aunt Chui woke up from her dream. She looked at Yu Shu and in a blink of an eye, tears streamed down her face. Her hands and feet were tied and she used her head to hit Yu Shu. She cried and scolded, "You damned girl, you want to kill me. How dare you kill Master Ji? Why don't you let me die? Do you want me to die?" Yu Shu heard her shouting and quickly covered her mouth. She scolded softly, "Shu, if you want to attract people, you will really die here. When that time comes, I will accompany you to the underworld. You will be happy." Fortunately, Aunt Chui had been hungry all night and did not have much strength. Her voice was not loud. After being frightened by Yu Shu, she obediently closed her mouth. However, her tears fell even more fiercely. She stared at Yu Shu like an enemy and did not let go for a moment. "Don't stare at me. Master Ji committed a big crime and wanted to die. Why are you blaming me? You should leave with me quickly. Otherwise, you will die sooner or later if you stay in this family." Yu Shu complained as she untied Aunt Chui. She hastily tied up her hair and tied it with a hairpin. She helped her to stand up. Aunt Chui's legs softened. She took a deep breath and said, "Ouch. It hurts." Finding that she had sprained her ankle, Yushu frowned. She picked up the bundle on the ground, put one of Aunt Chui's arms around her neck, and carried her out. "Bear with it. You will be fine when we are outside." What else could Aunt Chui say? She pursed her lips, put her weight on Yushu, and limped out. At this point, even a fool would know that she could not stay in the Ji family any longer. It was said that her daughter killed Master Ji. Wouldn't she have to pay with her life if she stayed? Yushu half carried and half dragged Aunt Chui out of the woodshed and moved towards the back door in the west corner. Along the way, she hid from people and ran into bushes. Aunt Chui complained that her ankle hurt and wanted to throw a tantrum. She was scared by Yushu and held it in. Fortunately, Yushu had some strength and pulled the woman like a sandbag. Hiding behind an old tree near the back door, Yushu let Aunt Chui squat. She panted and rotated her sore arm, looking back at the way they came. "Why are you not going?" Aunt Chui tugged at Yushu's trousers and asked, "Why are you not going?" "Wait for Xiang Sui. She will be here in a moment." Hearing this, Aunt Chui hurriedly said, "Why are you waiting for that heartless thing? Yesterday, she saw me getting beaten up and she didn't even dare to stop me. Let's go. Let's see how you can run when someone chases after us." Yushu rolled her eyes at her and did not explain. Anyone with enough brains would not leave their accomplice behind after doing something bad. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave a witness? Late last night, Lu Hao sent Ji Xingxuan back to the Ji mansion. She fainted after being stimulated in the court and slept for several hours. If she didn't insist on going back, Lu Hao would not have sent her back. All the families in the capital were kneeling in the mourning hall, crying and grieving. Ji Huaishan's body was placed in the coffin at the back. The coffin had not been closed for 7 days. She heard from a servant that someone was looking for her in the front yard. Although Ji Xingxuan was not in the mood to see a guest, she heard that it was a classmate of LoveLore Library. Thinking that it was most likely someone with ulterior motives who came to visit at this time, it was not good to be neglectful. She suppressed her grief and told her parents. She went back to her room to freshen up and go to the front yard to receive the guest. Who would have thought that when she arrived at the tea room, she would not see a single person? "Oh, strange. This humble one asked Miss Shou to wait here." The servant touched the back of his head in confusion and looked at Ji Xingxuan. He was afraid that she would scold him, so he said, "Miss, this person probably couldn't wait to leave." Ji Xingxuan looked at the empty living room and was also confused about who the person was. There were several Miss Shou in LoveLore Library, and 2 of them were friends with her. One was the daughter of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the other was the sister of the General of the Yulin Royal Guards. She didn't know who it was. "What does that miss look like?" Ji Xingxuan asked. Looks. The servant was speechless and didn't know how to describe the person's appearance. After a long time, he said, "Looks like a son of a rich family." Ji Xingxuan turned her head and became suspicious. "A son of a rich family?" The servant nodded. "Yes, dressed like a son of a rich family." But this humble one almost mistook her for someone else. Hearing this description, Ji Xingxuan suddenly thought of a person and asked in a low voice, "Is her left hand wrapped in gauze? Is she taller than me?" This humble one didn't notice if she was wrapped in gauze or not, but her height is similar to mine. Chapter 308. Ji Xingxuan sensed that the intruder was Yushu. By the time he and his servants rushed to the woodshed in the backyard, Yushu had already rescued Aunt Chui. The axe that was thrown on the ground and the door lock that was pried open proved this. However, by the time they reached the back door, Yu Shu and the others were nowhere to be seen. Even Ji Xingxuan did not expect that Yu Shu would come so brazenly the day after her grandfather's death. Ji Xingxuan sent a few retainers out to chase them away, then walked towards the morning hall with a gloomy face. Halfway there, she bumped into Ji Xiaogu, who had rushed over after hearing the news. Xingxuan, what's going on? I heard that some random person has snuck into the fu. Ji Xingxuan sneered, it's not some random person. It's the Yu Shu who came to rescue mother. Ji Hyotani turned pale with fright. What? She broke in. Where is she? She saved that aunt and ran away. Ji Xingxuan was unusually calm. Ji Hyotani's face darkened. He hesitated for a moment before turning to the steward who had followed him. Go and report to the authorities. Say that someone broke into the fu and kidnapped a family member. Third uncle, it's better not to do this. Ji Xingxuan stopped the steward and turned to speak to Ji Hyotani with a serious expression. Such a big matter has just happened in the family. Grandfather's body is not cold yet. If we go to the authorities because of such a scandal, won't it be a disgrace? Ji Hyotani frowned, but we can't just let them go like this. What can we do even if we don't let them go? Ji Xingxuan lowered his eyes that were red from last night's crying and said calmly, Third uncle, don't you know that Yu Shu has the Shui family's eldest son to stand up for her? Now, she has Daozi as her shield. She has nothing to fear. That's why she dares to break into our house. What could he do to her? Don't forget, grandfather has already passed away. This right magistrate's office exists only in name. In the capital, it has no power or influence. You can't even straighten your back. You say you won't let them go, but you have to see if they'll let us go first. After listening to Ji Xingxuan's honest words, Ji Hyotani's expression changed again. Indeed, the Ji family was such a big family, and they were all supported by the old man above them. Now, Ji Huaishan was dead. It was difficult for them to gain a foothold in the capital, let alone make things difficult for others. After understanding this, although Ji Hyotani was unwilling, he knew that it was not the right time to cause trouble. He could only suppress his anger and waved his hand to let the steward leave. Ji Xingxuan looked at him and persuaded, Third uncle, you don't have to be angry. Yu Shu's birth mother was just a servant in our family. The contract is with you. Even if she runs away to the ends of the earth, this can't be changed. She was born a member of the Ji family, but she died. If she dies, she will be a ghost of our Ji family. Ji Hyotani's expression became better. He sighed and sorted out his emotions. Then, he said to Ji Xingxuan with some shame, You're so thoughtful. I'm already so old, but I can't control my emotions. I almost lost my mind. Ji Xingxuan shook her head expressionlessly and said to him, Third uncle, I'll go back to the morning hall first. Okay. Ji Hyotani looked at Ji Xingxuan's departing figure with a complicated expression. He noticed that his obedient and sensible niece seemed to have changed since she returned to the mansion last night. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Yu Shu and Xiang Sui each carried Aunt Shui and ran out of the Ji mansion through the back door. They followed a small road to the south, crossed 2 streets, and rented a carriage in front of a courier station. They helped Aunt Shui into the carriage and ordered the driver to head east of the city. Aunt Shui leaned on Xiang Sui, half dead. She massaged her legs and panted, Look, see if anyone is chasing us. Yu Shu touched her little finger, which was starting to hurt again, and said, Don't worry, no one is chasing us. She calculated the time. Ji Xingxuan should know that she had been here by now. If Ji Xingxuan hadn't been blinded by hatred, she wouldn't have sent people to chase after them since they had run away. Ji Huaishan was dead. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The few people in the G family couldn't do anything to her. Moreover, there was such a big mess waiting to be cleaned up. How could they have the energy to deal with her? Yushu knew this, so she dared to take Aunt Shui away. If it was before the collapse of the G family, she wouldn't have thought that it would be so easy to get Aunt Shui out. Miss, where are we going? Xiang Sui asked Yushu timidly. She used all the courage she had in the past 10 years today. She ran out with Yushu and became a fugitive slave. Yushu said, "Find an inn in the east of the city to stay. I will find a place for you to stay in these 2 days, and then you can settle down." Yushu didn't intend to take Aunt Shui back to Zhao Hui's house. Firstly, Zhao Hui was pregnant. She didn't want to leave Aunt Shui, a woman who didn't know anything, with her. Secondly, it was in case the Ji family didn't know what was good for them and came to fight with her. When the carriage was far away, Aunt Shui knew that she was safe. She wiped her tears again and scolded Yushu, "It's all your fault, you wicked girl. What did you do to make me end up like this? Which god did I offend to give birth to a bastard like you? You come to kill me, sob sob sob." Yushu hated seeing people cry. She endured it when she ran away from the Ji family. Now her fingers were hurting. Hearing Aunt Shui's words, she pulled a long face and said coldly, "If you cry again, I will send you back. Anyway, I have broken off the relationship with the Ji family." "Mother, you are still a member of that family, aren't you?" Concubine Shui had been in contact with Yushu for the past few days and found that her daughter had a bad temper. Moreover, they were not close to each other. She was afraid that Yushu would really abandon her, so she immediately pursed her lips and swallowed her tears. Yushu looked at her with satisfaction and thought that it was a good thing to let her suffer this time. At least she had taught this woman how to be sensible. The carriage took them to the east of the city. Yushu stopped the carriage on the way. She got off the carriage and helped Aunt Shui to walk for a while. They found a remote inn and found the best guest room to settle Aunt Shui and Xiang Sui. "You stay here first. I will ask the waiter to send hot water and food." Yushu said and was about to go out. Seeing that she was leaving, Aunt Shui was afraid that she would not come back, so she hurriedly stopped her. "Where are you going?" Yushu turned her head and looked at her expression. She guessed what was on her mind. She smiled and said, "I am going out to buy something. I will be back in a while." Aunt Shui said embarrassedly, "Then come back quickly." Yushu went downstairs and called the waiter. She walked around the nearby streets and bought what she needed. At the same time, she asked if there were any rented houses nearby. After an hour, she returned to the inn. The door was closed from the inside. She knocked on the door. Xiang Sui asked twice before opening the door carefully. It was obvious that she was afraid that someone from the Ji family would chase after her. "Where is my mother?" Yushu did not see Aunt Shui outside. Xiang Sui pointed to the inner room and whispered, "And went to sleep after eating." Yushu nodded her head. She put the big and small bags on the table. She picked out the medicine for bruises and injuries and put it inside. Aunt Shui was lying on her side on the bed facing inwards. She was still snoring. She did not sleep well yesterday. Once she relaxed and filled her stomach, she fell asleep. Yushu sat at the end of the bed. She lifted a corner of the quilt and pulled up Aunt Shui's trousers. She looked at the condition of her ankle sprain. She poured out the medicine and rubbed it on Aunt Shui's foot. Concubine Shui groaned a few times in her dream, but did not wake up. She subconsciously wanted to withdraw her foot, but Yushu firmly held it down. She twisted her foot a few times and then became obedient. Xiang Sui looked at Yushu's actions. She could not help but feel touched. She thought, Aunt Shui has always treated Miss badly, but Miss is still so filial. After applying medicine with great difficulty, Yushu heaved a sigh of relief. She used her sleeve to wipe the sweat on her forehead and pulled the quilt over Aunt Shui. She stood up and led Xiang Sui outside. She instructed, "I bought a change of clothes. I've bought a change of clothes. Tonight, help my mother wash and change. Sui, look after my mother. Don't leave this room. If she's hungry, call for the waiter to send food up. I'll come back tomorrow." As she spoke, Yushu patted the young maidservant's shoulder and left. Yushu left in the morning and only returned when it was almost dusk. When she arrived at the entrance of her house, she saw the luxurious-looking carriage that was parked at the side of the road. Her footsteps paused for a moment, and only then did she recall that Shui Rui had mentioned last night that Jing Qin had gone to Wangji Tower afterward and said that he would look for her again today. After hesitating for a moment, Yushu lifted her feet and walked through the door. She immediately saw the two guards guarding outside the living room in the front yard like door guards. When the two guards saw her, they turned around and said something. Yushu took a few steps forward and saw Jing Chen's figure appear in front of the living room. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, he was still dressed in clean white robes, untainted by even a speck of dust. He was still the same person, but Yushu couldn't tell what was different about him. Because when she saw him now, her heart was not filled with joy but helplessness. Xiaoyu, Jing Chen saw that Yushu looked tired and forgot about yesterday's unhappiness. He asked with concern, "Where did you go?" Yushu was not in a hurry to answer him. She walked forward and saw that Zhao Hui and He Fengji were not in the living room. She then said to Jing Chen, "Come in and talk." The two sat down in the living room and faced each other. Yushu took a blanket and poured a cup of tea. She took a sip and said, "I went to the Ji mansion today." Jing Chen's expression changed. He asked, "You went to see your mother?" Yushu nodded and looked at him meaningfully. "The Ji family thinks that I killed Ji Huaishan. Yesterday, they beat my mother up and locked her in the woodshed." Jing Chen frowned and said, "Is there anything I can help with?" Yushu laughed self-deprecatingly. "Why would you help me? Aren't you the same as them? Aren't you convinced that I killed old Ji?" "When did I say that?" Jing Chen was stunned. "Even if you don't say it, isn't that what you're thinking in your heart?" Yushu stared straight at Jing Chen as if she wanted to see through his thoughts. She went straight to the point. Chapter 309. Haven't you thought about it? Aren't you the same as them? Don't you think that I killed old man Ji? The reason why Yushu and Jing Chen parted on bad terms yesterday was because of a disagreement and a moment of anger. However, they were not 5 or 6-year-old kids who would cut ties with each other just because of a quarrel. Yushu had gotten drunk yesterday and was angry. Originally, she had planned to find a chance to talk to Jing Chen after Aunt Shui settled down. Since he was already here, there was no reason for him to go back without making things clear. Yushu's question was straightforward. She was still brooding over the apology that Jing Chen had said to Ji Xingxuan in court yesterday. She was a narrow-minded person who could not tolerate even a grain of sand. If Jing Chen was a passerby, it would be fine. However, he was a person whom she had wholeheartedly treated well. In the end, he was blaming her for the death of an outsider. "Little you, I've never had such a thought." Jing Chen, on the other hand, felt a little wronged. Being questioned by Yushu, he tried his best to express his thoughts clearly. "I feel guilty because of the death of the Ji family's master, but I don't think you killed him. You've misunderstood me. I'm blaming myself, not you." Hearing Jing Chen's words, Yushu's expression did not improve. On the contrary, it became darker. In fact, what happened yesterday had made her realize that the Jing Qin who had regained his memory was different from the one who had lost it. Jing Qin, who had lost his memory, did not remember who he was. He did not know any rules or rules. Among the people he knew, she was the only one who knew who he was. At that time, she was the most important person to him. Thus, he could understand her lies and tolerate her different personality from ordinary women. However, after regaining his memory, Jing Qin was no longer alone. Other than her, there were other important people to him: the Taoist priests from Mount Longhu who had changed his fate for him, the emperor who was kind to him in the palace, and his junior sister who had traveled thousands of miles down the mountain to find him. It was because of these people that he could not even fall in love with himself in case Ji Du-xing acted up. Not only would it implicate the people around her, but it would also bring disaster to the people around him. Including why he felt guilty about Ji Huaishan's death this time. Even if Jing Qin did not say, Yu Shu had guessed it. It was not just because of his lies that caused the grandfather and grandson to go to prison. More importantly, it was because of Ji Du-xing. That night, when Ji Xingxuan went to Huixing Street to find people and saw Jing Qin, he did not have a mascot like the 10,000 birthday oration on him. Ji Xingxuan did not have a yellow frost stone to protect her. It was very likely that she had been swept into the tail of the typhoon and shown on by Ji Du-xing. Yu Shu had long known that Jing Qin was a very responsible person. Otherwise, he would not have secretly protected her and helped her escape several times in Yiyang City when he sensed that Ji Du-xing had attacked her. This had not changed from the beginning to the end. The difference was that when he lost his memory, he only had a sense of responsibility for her. However, after he recovered his memory, his sense of responsibility had become a burden. Just like now, Ji Huaishan's death, in her opinion, was completely his own fault, and he couldn't blame anyone else. But Jing Qin still felt guilty, even though he knew that the grandfather and grandson pair didn't have good intentions towards her. On one hand, he felt that they were in the wrong, but on the other hand, he felt that they didn't deserve to die. After a night, Yu Shu could now guess what Jing Qin was thinking calmly. However, she would rather not know what he was thinking, so she would not make things difficult for him. Xiao Yu. When Jing Qin saw that Yu Shu did not say a word for a long time, he thought that she was still angry. He began to feel a little anxious. Then, he thought about her distant attitude when she got out of the car yesterday, as well as what Shui Rui had told him about her drunkenness yesterday. He immediately stood up from his chair and walked in front of her. With his head lowered, he said, "If I said something wrong yesterday and caused you to misunderstand and be unhappy, I apologize to you. Please don't be angry, okay?" Sigh, Yu Shu sighed and raised her head with mixed feelings. Looking at his face, she revealed a bitter smile. "You really are a fool." She was not angry at him now. Instead, she did not know what to do with him. It was not that Yu Shu had not been in love in her previous life. She had dated a few people, but Nan Nan had been busy earning money and taking care of her brother. Every relationship did not last long before it ended. As a normal woman, she had had one or two people she liked. Every time, she would tell them directly. This was because she did not like to be ambiguous. If she liked someone, then she liked them. There was nothing to hide. Even if the other party rejected her, she would accept it calmly. To her, Jing Qin was a complete accident. To her, Jing Qin was a complete accident. From the start, she had never thought of developing a romantic relationship with him. She had only treated him as a good brother who had gone through thick and thin with her. However, a man who was willing to take on a blade barehanded for her and said that he would protect her, as a woman, how could she not be moved? Thus, she naturally did not suppress her feelings. When he had lost his memory, she had explained it to him and used a few tricks to communicate with him. From then on, they had decided on their relationship. Originally, she had thought that after she helped him find the person who had broken his life, if the two of them could persevere, they would naturally get married. Who would have thought that the secret he was hiding was 100 times more complicated than she had imagined? As his memory recovered, the two of them returned to how they used to be. They had just become boyfriend and girlfriend, but they had become good brothers overnight. According to Yu Shu's character in the past, if they worked together, they would get together. If they didn't, they would break up. She would never have any ideas about Jing-chin. However, this time, she was stubborn. She was not willing to let the meat that was in her mouth fly away. Perhaps it was because she had paid too much and received too much. The days when they went through thick and thin together were unforgettable. Therefore, she could not give up on Jing-chin. She always thought that there was still a long way to go. Maybe one day, this piece of meat would fall into her bowl again. However, before that day came, she suddenly realized that this piece of meat was not meat, but a bone that was very difficult to chew. This made her feel conflicted. She wanted to let go as soon as possible. She was not willing to give up. She wanted to continue staring at this bone, but she felt that it was not right. In the end, how should she treat Jing-chin? This became a problem that gave her a headache. Unable to think of an answer, Yu Shu decided not to waste her brain. In any case, this was a matter between a man and a woman. Since she could not force it, she would let nature take its course. At this moment, Yu Shu's mood relaxed again. She said to Jing-chin, "It's fine if you don't want me to be angry, but you have to promise me one thing." She did not intend to be at odds with Jing-chin. She was not really a little girl. She was almost 30 years old. How could she be so pretentious? Jing-chin nodded without thinking. "I promise you." Yu Shu raised her eyebrows. "I haven't said anything yet, and you already agreed. What if I asked you to kill people and burn things down? Would you do it?" Jing-chin shook his head. "You won't ask me to do those things." He had calculated her correctly. Yu Shu curled her lips and lectured him resentfully. "You can't just casually agree. Let me tell you, although you have the 10,000 life memorial text to protect you and you are not afraid of coming into contact with people, you still have to be careful. Not everyone is as good as me. If you are sold, you still have to help the person earn money." Jing-chin heard the concern in her words. Seeing that her expression had cleared up, he obediently replied with an N. If possible, the last thing he wanted was to make her angry and sad. Last time, he did not protect her well and made her suffer. He already blamed himself. This time, he made her sad because of his stupid words. It was not his intention. The fourth miss of the G family, if you see her in the future, stay away from her. Don't say a word to her. Do you understand? Yu Shu made a request. It sounded random, but in fact, she had her concerns. Although Jing-chin did not understand why Yu Shu wanted him to agree to this, he habitually did not question it and nodded. Then he asked tentatively, "Are you still angry with me?" Yu Shu shook her head with a smile. She waved her hand and said, "Forget it." She was narrow-minded, but she was not stingy. Jing-chin was pardoned, so his expression relaxed. He looked down at her left hand and asked, "Did you change the medicine I gave you yesterday? I heard that you drank. This is not good. Before your bones heal, you shouldn't touch alcohol." Yu Shu touched her finger and said, "It's not a problem. I drank osmanthus wine yesterday. That wine is good for qi and blood circulation." Yesterday, she wanted to drink strong wine, but she was stopped by Shui Rui early in the morning. "You should pay attention to yourself." Jing-chin then asked, "You just said that your mother is locked in the G mansion. What do you plan to do? How about I go with you and bring her out?" "There's no need. Yushu calmly told Jing Chen about her visit to the Ji mansion during the day and how she, conveniently, took Auntie Chui away. Jing Chen did not know much about worldly affairs. He did not have any concept of the relationship between a concubine and a servant. Thus, he did not know what was wrong with Yushu's actions. If Shui Rui was here and heard that Yushu was doing this, his expression would certainly be very interesting. Dozy, it's getting late. You should return to the palace. The guard outside reminded Jing Chen. Only then did Yushu realize that the sun had set and the sky was dark. She got up and said to Jing Chen, "Okay, you should quickly return. And then I will come see you tomorrow." "Don't, I still have something to do tomorrow." Yushu avoided the eyes of the two guards and whispered to Jing Chen, "I have to find a place for my mother to live and settle down. In a few days, when the princess mansion is ready, you can come out and we can meet again. At that time, I will call Shuedage and His Highness Jiu. Oh, and also your shimmy, to add some liveliness to your new residence." "Okay." Yushu sent Jing Chen to the gate. When the carriage turned around and went to the gate, she watched him get on the carriage. Two guards rode on horses and escorted him away. Just as she was about to turn around and go in, she saw from the corner of her eyes a carriage hurriedly coming over and stopping in front of her house. She had never seen this carriage before. She was wondering what kind of guest it was when she saw an anxious youth jump out of the carriage. The youth looked up and saw Yushu. He panicked and said, You Jijia. Chapter 310. After taking care of Yu Xiaoxiu's head injury, He Fengji heaved a sigh of relief and gently covered him with a blanket. He turned to the ashen-faced Yushu and said, "Don't worry too much. He did bleed a lot, but the injury isn't deep." Yushu touched Yu Xiaoxiu's forehead and asked worriedly, "Is he really fine? Why didn't you wake him up?" He Fengji said, "He lost too much blood. He just needs to stay in bed for a few more days to replenish his qi and blood." Yushu's heart skipped a beat, but her expression became better after hearing this. She said, "Godfather, look after him for a while. I'll ask him what happened." After saying that, she waved at Hu Tian, who had brought Yu Xiaoxiu back, and called her outside for questioning. "What happened to Xiaoxiu? Did he fight with someone?" Yushu held back her anger, afraid that she would scare the delicate boy in front of her. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiu being brought back with his head and face covered in blood, her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Hu Tian pouted and told Yushu what had happened. "This afternoon, during riding class, Little Redeemer and I were learning how to ride a horse when a madman came up to him and taunted him. Little Redeemer seemed to know the madman, and he warned him that he was going to expose the madman's dirty deeds. Little Redeemer got into an argument with Little Redeemer and pushed him off the horse. Little Redeemer knocked his head on the ground. Needless to say, she knew who the madman was." Yushu gritted her teeth in anger and asked again, "Where did that person go?" Hu Tian said disdainfully, "That coward. When he saw Xiaoxiu bleeding all over the ground, he was so scared that he ran away on his horse. If Xiaoxiu hadn't asked me to send him home to find his uncle before he fainted, I wouldn't have let that madman go. What the hell is this?" Yushu suppressed the anger in her heart and said gratefully to the young man, "Young Master Hu. Thank you for sending Xiaoxiu back. It's already so late. Go home quickly and don't let your parents worry." Yushu had only recently heard from Yu Xiaoxiu that this young master was his companion at Baichuan Academy. His father was a fourth-rank official in the Ministry of Rights. Her maternal grandfather was the one she had just met in court yesterday. He was Shui Rui's current immediate superior, the official of the Supreme Court, Guo Huaiyan, who was known as the White King of Hell. Hu Tianer looked at the sky and saw that it was already dark. However, he felt awkward and didn't want to leave. "Elder sister Yu, what about that madman who beat up Xiaoxiu? We can't just let him go, right? Xiaoxiu hasn't woken up yet. When he recovers, I'll take him to the academy and ask him about it. I'll have to trouble you to go to the academy tomorrow. Tell your academician Song that Xiaoxiu is recuperating at home. He won't be going to the academy for a while. Yushu looked amiable on the surface, but she was secretly angry. She thought that no one could beat up their Yu Xiaoxiu for nothing. That bastard Shuowenjia, she would teach him a lesson later. Yushu sent Hu Tian away and returned to her room. He Fengji asked her how Yu Xiaoxiu got injured. Yushu said, he was playing with a classmate when he was riding a horse in class and fell down. As for what happened, we'll have to wait until he wakes up to ask. He Fengji thought that it was caused by the children playing with each other. She only complained a little and didn't pursue the matter further. Yushu took over He Fengji's place to take care of Yu Xiaoxiu. She asked him to go to Zhao Hui's room to take a look. In the evening, Yu Xiaoxiu was carried back. When Zhao Hui entered the room and saw it, she was so shocked that she fainted. Fortunately, Auntie Shen held her so that she didn't fall. Otherwise, it would be no laughing matter for her 7-month-old belly to fall. Yu Shu didn't eat dinner. She stayed by Yu Xiaoxiu's side to feed him soup and water, and wipe his sweat and tuck him in until midnight. Kim Bao, who was always gluttonous and sleepy, didn't have an appetite like her. He lay at the end of Yu Xiaoxiu's bed with his tail tucked between his legs. Just like that, Yu Shu only felt relieved when Yu Xiaoxiu's fever went down. She stood up and stretched. Listening to the crackling of her bones, she turned around and went back to her room to get a pen, paper, and other tools. Then, she spread out the paper in Yu Xiaoxiu's bedroom and started to calculate. Out of habit, Yu Shu would calculate the time of calamity for this family every once in a while. She would calculate the time of calamity for the next 10 days. If there was a calamity, it was better to avoid it. If there was no calamity, it was better to avoid it. Logically speaking, she should have predicted that Yu Xiaoxiu would have a bloody calamity today. She wouldn't have let him go out today. But the truth was that she didn't predict this calamity at all, so she didn't take any precautions in advance. Yu Shu thought that she had miscalculated today and blamed herself. So, she made a new formula and used the time of calamity law to check on Yu Xiaoxiu's calamity for the past few days. The result surprised her. She carefully calculated the 4 pillars and 8 characters of Yu Xiaoxiu 3 times. The divination showed that Yu Xiaoxiu should be safe and sound today, without any calamity. It wasn't that she had miscalculated, but the truth was that Yu Xiaoxiu was injured and bleeding. Ever since Yu Shu mastered the time of calamity law, she had never encountered such a situation. In the past, because of the lack of data, she would often encounter elusive numbers, and she couldn't determine what calamity it was. But like this, the result of the divination about the calamity was obviously none, but in reality, there was yes. This was the first time. It wasn't that she couldn't calculate it accurately, it was that she couldn't calculate it. This discovery immediately gave Yu Shu a headache. Honestly speaking, she was very clear that there was a loophole in her time of calamity law. The results of her calculations were too general and not detailed. She had yet to make up for these shortcomings, and now there was a new problem, which was also what she was most afraid of. To use a word to describe it, it was blind areas. Places that could not be reached by the line of sight were called blind areas, and the answers that could not be calculated using mathematical symbols were also called blind areas in mathematics. Take the simplest example, 0 divided 0. The answer to this formula could be any number, so it could not be established. This was one of the blind areas in division. And when faced with such a blind area, one could only ignore it. There was no way to solve it. In other words, the appearance of the blind areas of the time of calamity law meant that from now on, Yushu could no longer completely rely on this method to ensure the safety of the people around her. Otherwise, something like today would happen again. Perhaps the next person to be in trouble would be He Fangji, or Zhao Hui. Tisk. Yushu crumpled the messy paper into a bowl. Looking at the unconscious Yu Xiaoxiu on the bed, she forcefully scratched her itchy scalp. She did not want to see her loved ones get hurt. She wanted the people around her to be able to live a peaceful and stable life. She wanted to know more. She wanted to accurately judge what would happen in the future. But right now, she could not do it. She still had a long way to go. She needed to learn more. She needed to learn more about the study of Yi. Only then would she be able to continuously improve her abilities. It was easy to say. But it was hard to do. All of the exquisite study of Yi were owned by the study of Yi. They were not passed on to outsiders. How could she learn in such a short time? If only Master Qing Zheng was here. Up until now, the thing that Yushu regretted the most was that she did not learn more from Daoist Qing Zheng. Now, no one knew where he had run off to, and it was impossible to find him. Then, Yushu thought of Jing Qin, but she wasn't sure. But she was not sure if Jing Qin could teach her the mysteries of Mount Longhu Taoism. Moreover, what she lacked the most right now was more systematic learning. For a self-taught Yi Ku, her foundation couldn't compare to those children of aristocratic families who had been exposed to Yi Ku since young, not to mention Ji Xingxuan, who had read a lot of books. Even Xia Mingming was more knowledgeable than her. Yushu clasped her hands together. She knocked her forehead lightly and kept repeating a place, Taisher Library, Taisher Library. It had 4 libraries that were open to the public. 13 grade masters taught her everything they knew. It was a place where all the study of Yi families gathered under the name of the Celestial Commissioner. She really wanted to enter the Taisher Library. Yushu took care of Yu Xiaoxiu last night. In addition, she was thinking about something else. She did not rest much all night. The next morning, He Fangji came to examine Yu Xiaoxiu. She took the opportunity to go back to her room to freshen up. She changed her wrinkled clothes and rummaged in the wardrobe. She found an old robe and put it on. She tied up her long hair in front of the mirror and wrapped a scarf around it. She dressed up like the day when she set up the stall in Autumn Osmanthus Lane. Aunt Chui and Xiang Sui were still living in the inn in the east of the city. She had to find a house for them as soon as possible. She could not let them stay in that crowded place for too long. Yushu brought enough money. She went next door to see that Yu Xiaoxiu had not woken up yet. She told He Fangji that she was going to Baichuan Academy and went out. She rented a carriage pulled by a mule in the market. Yushu sat in the shed that was full of a strange smell. She thought about when she would go to Pei Jing's place to get the horse he gave her for her birthday to train. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to go back and forth in a sedan chair. Yushu first went to the inn to see Aunt Chui. The master and servant got up late and were still eating breakfast. They had a basket of steamed buns, porridge and pickles. It was not that Aunt Chui was thrifty. It was just that the inn was remote and there was nothing good to eat other than that. Aunt Chui was still angry that Yushu had implicated her to this extent. She ignored everyone who saw her. She kept a straight face and let Xiang Sui pass the message. Sui, ask that unfilial daughter how long she plans to let us stay in this inn. Xiang Sui carefully turned her head to look at Yushu. Miss, Aunt asked me to ask you. Yushu was not in the mood to play with her, so she sat down opposite concubine Chui and said, I'll go out in a moment and rent an empty house for you to stay in. Buy some bedding, as well as some daily necessities, then you can move in. Hearing her arrangement, Aunt Chui slammed the table and glared at her. You want me, a woman, to live alone outside? I only have a useless servant girl. She doesn't even have someone to boil water and cook. How do you want me to live? Yushu said, I will find an old maid to cook for you later. Aunt Shui was still unwilling. She said acidly, how much money do you have? What kind of good house can you rent? I won't live in that broken-down place. Didn't you say that you found a godmother to live with? It just so happens that Xiaoxiu is also there. I want to live with Xiaoxiu. I will pack my things now. Take me there. Yushu rolled her eyes and said grumpily, Mother, you should at least think about it. That's my godmother's home, not yours. It's perfectly justifiable for me to live there. What's the point of you going there? You don't even know them. Aren't you ashamed to live in someone else's home? Aunt Shui's face reddened. She said angrily, why would I be ashamed? You can abandon your biological mother to live a good life and make me suffer. Why would I be afraid of being ashamed? Fine, you don't think it's embarrassing. Yushu continued. Then aren't you afraid that the Ji family will send people to capture you? Let me tell you first. Third Master knows where my godmother's home is. Who knows, there might be people waiting at the door for you. The moment you show your face, they will capture you. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.